Alright, hello and welcome back to the streams. I have finally returned after a couple weeks. I have been to Comicpalooza, I've been to Comicpalooza and was just also taking a break since I was doing some visiting in Texas, doing some visiting with my family while I was out there, but I'm back here where I am. So, should be pretty good. We are doing a YouTube night tonight. Let me turn on this light so you can see my face. There we go. So yeah, we're going to be doing YouTube night tonight, which is just reacting to basically some videos I have compiled. Pretty much. If you're new to this channel, we pretty much just do this at the end of I just do this at like the end of every month. Eventually, I do hope to have like kind of like a people suggest the videos and maybe provide a link to it in the chat, and then maybe also do these with collabs as well. I was gonna do it this month, but it didn't really work, so we're just gonna have to do it by myself again. But we'll try again next month. Besides that. Besides that, if you wish to, okay, it's been a week. It's been a week since I haven't streamed, so let's remember how to do this. Anyway, if you're not already, so before we begin, if you haven't already, make sure to follow me on Twitch or wherever you're watching, including on YouTube, where the archive of this stream will go up in case you missed any part of it. Also, there should be some videos coming out in the coming weeks that I plan. I just have to film them. I also make sure to follow me wherever else you can find me, including on Twitter, Instagram, and the like. All those are linked in the description below on YouTube or in the About tab on Twitch. And also to make sure, another thing, make sure to join my Discord server as well. That has launched too, so you can join it, chat to me whenever you wish. That is also linked in the same place you can find all my other socials. I hope to see you there and, you know, have a fun time. Plan to do game nights, movie nights, that kind of stuff. Should be pretty fun. But without further ado, let us get right back into it. That is the wrong screen. As I was saying, let us get right into this right now. Come on, why isn't it working? Let's get into a YouTube night so we can react to some funny videos, interesting videos, whatever. There we go. Now it worked. Alright. This video right here was a video that was on my watch list. Yeah, we're going to start out with this one. I was planning to do it last YouTube night, but it didn't really work just because, it was a little long. So, we'll just do it tonight. So, let's see it. The Batman style garage is what really caught me just because this just sounds like a type of thing you have in like GTA Online.
What's up everybody, it's NS here and welcome to another...
Oh, okay. This is literally the same guy that gave us the tour of that like Japanese apartment in New York. The archive of which you can see on my channel as well. That was the last video we watched. And now here he is, welcoming us back. Ain't that nice?
Another episode. This week we're in Bel Air, Los Angeles and going to tour this incredible, newly constructed estate right behind me.
How new it?
This home features 12 bedrooms, 18 bath.
Damn! You could fit a whole village in this house.
Bathrooms, approximately 36,000 square feet of interior space, built on a little over 2 acres of land with an asking price of $139.
Okay.
A little over 2 acres of land with
two. 2 acres seems kind of like a stretch here. Not gonna lie. Like, I don't know what you consider 2 acres, but when I picture 2 acres, like, I picture kind of like a big, like, plot of land. Not this, like, tiny ass hillside plot.
With an asking price of $139 million. It is without a doubt one of the most beautiful and opulent estates we have ever toured on this channel, so we got a really special episode ahead of us. As always, you can find more
I mean, we can tell because it's like 44
information
minutes.
about this property in the description of this video. And before we start our tour, I want to give big thanks to the listing agents, Adam Rosenfeld
don't care.
and John Grauman, for allowing us to tour their amazing listing. And now, let's begin.
Whoa, oh, that is way too much marble. And what is this? This looks like nothing but a bunch of. What music did you choose? I mean, you also gotta have. I mean, as you can see right here, I mean, it's in Bel Air. Let's see. I mean, you gotta have a customary view of the LA skyline with like all the smog that just collects in here. Oh. Do these come with it? And what is this music? It sounds like we're starting like a Hitman mission or something. It just sounds so ominous. Okay, but my question is, how do you drive those cars out? Maybe you'll explain. I don't know. Oh, sick. It's got a dinosaur skeleton. This is like a kid's dream. This is like what every, like, 4-year-old would have in their dream house. Oh, wait. I just noticed something. Is that... How much exercise bikes do they have back here? It's like they have, 6 or something. Why? Why do you need that many? Like one, like just 1 or 2 will do the job. Just adjust my camera. Alright. I feel like we're about to start a movie. So
the thing that I think makes this estate stand apart is the attention to detail. Number one, the first thing I need to mention is code is constantly changing in Los Angeles, and as a result, the amount of square footage that exists on this property is not reproducible.
I mean, I guess also the definition of an acre kind of changes too, because if you look at this, you said this house is 2 acres. Like, maybe 2 acres is defined as something else and like, is designed as something else, but you know, because of like shrinking real estate, because of like raising real estate prices, 2 acres changed to what looks more like the 30s, to what looks more like this. So yeah, I guess that's the thing we're talking about.
Number two, this
makes
house has
sense.
the size and the function, but what it really has is attention to detail that you typically aren't going to see, especially in a spec development style home. Every inch of this house was painstakingly combed through. You'll notice there's not a single spot of drywall. Every light fixture that hangs in the house.
Okay, I mean, I'm no expert in housing, but I feel like if you just saw a bunch of drywall around, your house is pretty shit.
Was done meticulously with laser point precision, and I mean that in all seriousness. Lasers were literally sitting on the ground, aimed up at the ceiling in order to make sure that everything was aligned perfectly.
What? They use lasers and shit? What? What? Like, I'm trying to understand this. It's like they were basically surveying it.
So I think it's that craftsmanship that we typically look for that don't often see. that existence space here, and that's what makes it so special.
We're gonna start our tour on the exterior. Gate opens up to the driveway. We have stone floor with the pebble rock finish in between. More of the darker tones. Water feature on the left.
Where's the water? Is this the water? Because I don't. It doesn't really seem to be a lot of water here. It's not very impressive.
Property is nicely hedged from the street level. And on my right hand side, we have the 1-car garage and the 2-car garage. This garage door right here opens up.
You have 2 garages. This video live.
We're gonna see later in the tour. And now let's talk about the exterior architecture of this amazing estate. More of the darker tones, stone clad throughout. I love this metal grid detail that they have.
It
on the
looks a
second floor,
little
giving some privacy.
industrial.
And we have the overhang details, walls of glass, gas lanterns, which looks super contemporary and chic. Coming here, we have the steps taking you down to the front door. Another water feature. This is your incredible spiral staircase, walls of glass, and
walls of glass, aka windows. That is, if you don't know, because you're too rich to realize that walls are built of bricks and wood and stone. These are not walls of glass. They're just very giant windows.
as you come in here, you can see you have a glass pivot door, fingerprint scanner, and door opens up and welcomes you into the estate. I mean, look at the views here. It's just incredible.
Fingerprint scanners are pretty secure.
Right in front of you, flow straight to your backyard.
It's not like anyone's gonna climb up on like the other side here and just go in for here.
This property is amazing. This tour is gonna be so much fun. I'm gonna start right here. We have these oversized stone floors, which look stunning.
It kind of looks like you decided you wanted to live in like a Minecraft bastion and just made that your whole floor.
They have it throughout this level in various patterns. They are not marble, but they have marble in them, and they just look incredible.
Well, if they're not marble, then what are they?
We're gonna see them throughout. Coming here, we have the staircase going up to the second floor, as well as the lower level. And these doors actually open up to a coat closet, and this one right here is your elevator access.
Damn, it has an elevator?
Can
Now
we
we
get
know
a
we're
close-up on
living
this door?
fancy.
Look at this. With the emblem of the house, suede finish, handles, furniture in this house is incredible, and we're going to talk about that in a bit.
Okay.
Now coming here, we
Was
have
it
the
custom
bar on our
designed?
right-hand side. Gorgeous stone fabrication, bars.
Okay, at least this one doesn't look as sharp as like that other house. As like another house I was looking at in one of these videos. I think we might have seen it in like our last YouTube night, but it was like his house where it was kind of like this, but the angle here was like a lot sharper. So it was practically like if you leaned up against it any bit, you would like slice your belly open.
Seating, custom furniture, and I love this open shelving design that they have on the back. Those are actually solid pieces of metal. So they each weigh about 200 to 250 pounds. They're bolted to the countertops, and it looks incredible. You have Makassar wood panels going all the way to the ceiling.
I don't know what that
You have
means.
double height ceilings here, 23 foot, and right across we have the formal living room area.
Where's your
I mean,
TV?
this room is just incredible. Custom furniture.
You have.
throughout. In
How
fact,
is it that these
all the
houses
furniture in this
always
house
screw up the
was
TVs?
specifically made for this house by a company called La Contessina. They have spent over $3.5 million.
Those don't. Wait a minute. Where is it? No, where is it? Come on.
A company called La Contessina.
These don't really look like pillows though. They kind of look like purses if they just decided to put a bunch of shit in it. So, is this company that you speak of? I feel like it's just a purse company or like handbag company, and you're just like, can you make some furniture for us? And then this is what they came up with.
They have spent over $3.5 million just in the furniture alone,
Ugh.
and it looks incredible.
You can buy
with
a house for
stitching,
that.
belts, details. You have this gorgeous
Like
marble.
what? Like for instance, as I was saying earlier, where is it? Come on, no, where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
You have this gorgeous marble. It's incredible with the stitch.
What pillows have belts on them? Is it just so you can kind of like have it on your belly and you don't have to hold it in any way? Is that why? I mean, maybe.
Chain belts, details. You have this gorgeous marble coffee table right in the center. And the focal point of this room is this 23-foot double-sided linear gas fireplace. And the entire assembly here is clad with 41 slabs.
There's
of
a marble I was
marble.
looking
And
for.
more
I knew it
importantly,
had to be
they
in here
have this
somewhere.
really unique pattern, which you can see throughout the entire surface. It took them 9 months to shave, carve, customize, and install this entire assembly. Isn't that crazy?
How
Yeah,
much
it's
did the
crazy.
rest
It's
of
like
the
this
house take?
lattice-like pattern.
Yep.
I'm kind of. Did they stack the stone and then carve it to
I
look
don't know the exact procedure, but these are all
Well, if you don't know the exact procedure, how the heck did you think it took like 9 months for them to make this? For all you know, they could have just cut out pieces and then like placed them together in this way so they look interwoven.
basically hand carved and polished.
like this? Yeah, it looks insane.
It is incredible, and this linear fireplace is double-sided because right behind this wall we have the family room that we're going to check out in a bit.
Okay.
Now coming back here,
Does
we
it have
have
a TV?
motorized Fleetwood
Ah,
doors
there we go.
pocketing into the walls, opening up this entire space to your backyard and your views. I mean, it is phenomenal. Again, you have the city in front of you, canyon views, and we're going to cover this backyard in a bit. And on this
Why
episode,
did
we're
you
actually
touch on
doing
it?
something a little bit different. We're touring this floor during the day, and we're going to tour the remaining 2 floors at night. That way you guys can truly see this property both during the day and at night. Now, coming
Why
here right
would
next to
you
a formal
do it
living
that
room,
way?
we have the formal dining room area. It's another elegant, opulent room. We have a stone table.
I like how you have a nice stone table that makes it feel like you're sitting in the kitchen instead.
With brass legs that sits 14 people, crystal chandelier above with cove lighting. Everything looks gorgeous. In fact, can we get a close-up, Mikey? Look at the chair here. You have suede backs, velvet inside, brass legs with the stitching. I mean, it is truly custom. I mean, isn't this furniture incredible?
Yeah, it's really nice. I feel like we've toured. I guess it's weird to say, but we've toured homes all over around the world now.
Yeah.
The only homes we've seen with truly custom furniture like this have been in France, like Palais, 140 million euro estate.
Correct. And
But those are
speaking of France,
historical
actually,
monuments.
the name of this estate, they call it Le Fond, which means the end in French, because once you own a property like this is the end. You cannot.
Yeah, you can't top this off, and it is the end because you can't even afford anything. This is as literally as far as you can go because once you buy this house, you'll be broke as shit.
top this off. In fact, they have the emblem of the house on the carpets, on the brass details throughout, which is just stunning. I mean, the attention to detail in this house is something else. Now, we have this opening taking us to the kitchen and the family room. I'm gonna
Every damn time. The TV is always this small. They did it again here. Can they ever just get, like, look at all this area that they have. They could fill up with a whole TV. And they ain't even that. And these days, I don't even think it would be that expensive. But for some reason, you decide you're like, nah, you know what? We want that elegant, pristine TV. And you don't even care, like, what size it is. And you just get this.
start our tour
Why?
here with the seating area, gorgeous furniture facing the TV. This is the other side of the linear fireplace. We have the same marble pattern also here. Just an elegant space that flows straight to your backyard. We have the sliding glass doors stacking on each side, opening up the corner to really expand your views. And I mean, look at this. Downtown Los Angeles right
Yes, the beautiful view of downtown Los Angeles, only covered with the finest of the LA smog that pollutes our environment. Quite elegant. That is what made this. That is probably like 75% of a real estate value is just due to this beautiful smog-filled view.
Right there, canyon views, mountains on the back, city of LA. Your backyard is around the corner. This is incredible. They have the same stone floors also here with the chevron pattern. And coming back in, right across from your seating area, we have the kitchen. It's built by Arclinia, and I just love the rose gold finish that they have on the island here, as well as these open shelving designs, marble countertops, induction.
Why an induction stove cooktop? I know it's technically safer because you don't burn yourself, but is a wise man once said, Uncle Roger, it's not satisfying. You gotta get the gas stoves, because if you have an induction stove, what if you lose power? Well, you can't cook anything. So that's why you get gas stoves, because your gas will still work. So might as well just, do that. That is why gas is good. I don't care if you're like, oh, but it's more environmentally friendly. It's not environmentally friendly if you can't cook anything. You'll just have to burn wood instead.
Cooktop, second induction cooktop here. You have your bar seating, and turning back, we have the base cabinets or the wall cabinets with your microwave, oven. This is super cool. Your coffee bar.
Ooh.
A coffee
That's
bar.
clean.
Super clean. This kitchen, Mikey, without the appliances.
Wait, where's the woo?
Cost $450,000.
Oh, also, can you something you didn't explain here? Can you explain how this what's it called, coffee bar works? Because it just kind of looks like a place that you can display your coffee.
Insane.
And
Just
they're really nice appliances, so I'm sure they cost
a lot too.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the doors here. Look at the rose gold built-in.
You only got the Gucci.
It is so stunning. The fit and finish. It goes all the way to the ceiling. And coming back here, we have, let's see, dishwasher on this side. Something about this rose gold finish. We don't see this quite often. It just looks so sleek and so elegant.
Yeah, it's really nice.
All right, coming back here, we actually have a pocket door.
Is it the
Tucks
pantry?
into the wall, opens up to your dining room area, so there's an easy access from your kitchen.
I mean, you know what would also be nice? Novel idea. Many houses already do this, but you could just not have a door here. I know, it's crazy. Because in that way, you can literally take your dishes to the kitchen, and you don't even have to carry them. It's amazing.
And these are the famous.
You don't even have to open the door or anything. It's just, it's like it's open itself.
Just so gorgeous. We have more base cabinets here with the built-in handles. I believe this is a small dishwasher. There you go.
Oh, come on. How do you not? Okay, look. You bought this whole house, and you don't even know what the parts of what the parts of your kitchen are. Like, come on. You should at least kind of know.
Marble countertops with marble backsplash.
Like, you're trying to sell this house here. You got to know this house inside and out.
And turning this way, we have the extension of the island. Countertops here are infused oak.
Infused
and you can have
oak.
it high like this, or
stained.
you can lower it down. Let's see.
You mean?
Oh wow.
And have it as like a dining setup. Isn't this incredible?
That's really cool.
Just gorgeous. The details in this house is just mind-boggling. All right, coming here, we have an informal dining area right next to your kitchen. Gorgeous stone table right in the center with the built-in lazy Susan. I mean, look at all these brass details with the banding.
If you eat dim sum all the time, this is the perfect house for you.
And Mikey.
Why does this chair have, do they all have locks on? Why does this chair have a lock on it? What's the point of a lock? Any of you know why they would even put a lock on these back of these chairs in the first place? Like, are people trying to steal them or something? Like, what's the deal with this?
Can we get a close-up? Look underneath the table with the details and stitching. I mean, it's just incredible. You got a gorgeous chandelier above. I feel like I'm out of words. I'm kind of speechless. This house is just mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you're out of words because you're literally saying like the same thing like 400 times.
How long did it take you to study and prepare for this?
So I had a chance to tour this property with the developer a few days ago, and He gave me the shorter version of the tour, and that was around 2.5 hours. So that should give you some idea.
Yeah.
It's just insane.
Well, you obviously didn't do
look-
the full
around here,
tour
you have
just because it's
motorized
44
fleet with
minutes.
sliding glass doors seamlessly opening up to the outdoors and stone floors and a lot to cover here. We're gonna do our best, and that's it for the kitchen area. Now, let's go check out this hallway. By the way, look at the length of this.
It looks like a
And we have this door
prison.
opening up to your butler's pantry. You basically have a smaller second kitchen right
I
behind
never
the main
know what
one.
the point of this
Same
is gonna be.
cabinetry, same rose gold finish on the base.
When are you ever
have
gonna
the
use
pantry on
this?
the back side, espresso maker, sink, dishwasher. Again, complements the kitchen. Now coming back here, we have this door opening up to a powder room on this level. Antonio Lupe.
But there's a no. Wait, I just noticed something here. Why is the toilet right next to the window? Literally, if this is open to the backyard, like it's like they try to put the designers realize their mistake and just put in this pot here to try and hide the mistakes, but you're still gonna see someone
Antonio-
taking a shit on your toilet.
Lupe vanities with the seamless countertops, wallpaper throughout, LED lit mirror, good size powder room
Is that-
for the common. Our tour on this hallway, we have this.
Wait, I realized I might have just skipped through like a bunch of stuff here. This wallpaper honestly looks really textured. I don't know if it's supposed to look like this, but either you did a bad job and you just tried to make it look nice, or it's supposed to look like that.
Tops,
I don't know.
Wallpaper throughout, LED lit mirror, good size powder room for the common areas. Coming back here and continuing our tour on this hallway, we have this door opening up to the first bedroom suite on.
Okay, okay. Before you continue, are these real? I guess these are real because it kind of just looks like TVs. It kind of just looks like a TV screen here. And why do you have a table here that literally looks like a just a folding one? And here too. Like, can you have a little more substance to it and, you know, have like some drawers or something here? So it looks a little like not so temporary.
This level, king size bed on the left. Room is very spacious. You have the sliding glass doors tucking into the walls, opening up this corner here towards the views. And I love these light fixtures that they have on each side, built with marble and glass. I mean, it looks stunning. You have oak hardwood.
They're a little
floors
low
throughout,
though.
stained on site. And going this way, we have this door opening up to the bathroom for this room.
That is a lot of
Gorgeous floating
marble.
vanity design with these sleek countertops.
It just looks like a
LED
hotel,
lit mirror,
though.
And you have marble-clad walls throughout that are book matched, and everything here just looks
But
so
what-
sleek and elegant.
Except for the floor, because the floor just looks like plain concrete. It's like you're like, we gotta finish the house, so we don't have any floor in the bathrooms. Whatever, just pour some concrete on it and call it good.
You have your rain head, titanium finish fixtures, incredible. Now, let's get back out and continue our tour. We're gonna check out the backyard in a bit. We have the walk-in closet this way, and coming here, we have this door opening up to the 3-car garage that we saw on the exterior. Coming back here, we have the second bedroom on this
gonna
level
brush
that
over
we're
the
gonna
room,
check
I
out in
guess.
a bit.
Wait,
And
stop brushing
lastly,
over
we have
stuff.
this
Let me
door
see it.
Opening up to the office. This
Ooh, that looks like that looks like the type of like place where like the evil landlord would plan.
room is decked out with so many different details and finishes. You have maple and oak wood paneling throughout with the stitching in between. You have some glass shelving here, brass inlays, these custom handles with the La Contessina
I mean,
branding.
not gonna lie.
Look at these
I mean, this is a little iffy, but I mean, this display here is kind of cool.
drawer handles that looks like straps. These look
Except
like
for
Louis
that.
Vuitton luggages. I mean, it's like
Okay, yeah, okay. Now that you lost me once you mentioned that they look like Louis Vuitton handbags, like you didn't need to go that far.
it's incredible. We have
I'm not blaming this guy. I'm just blaming the designers of the house for deciding to making it look like something that could be construed as that.
custom desk right in the center, TV on the other side. Sliding glass doors open up this small patio space, and that door right there opens up to your motor court. That way people can come straight to your office without having to go through the house.
But does that okay? But does that have a fingerprint scanner? Because if it doesn't, you might have a bit of a security risk in your house.
Same oak hardwood floors are also here. And coming back to the entry on our left hand side, we have this door opening up to the bathroom for the office.
It's so
floating
everything's
vanity
so
design,
black.
stone-clad walls that goes all the way into your walk-in shower. Even your office gets a phenomenal bathroom.
Yeah, you get real. Yeah, you get real sweaty when you're streaming. Streaming or working, like screaming at stupid customers all day, trying to sell your stocks. It can be quite exhausting. Really, you can really work out a sweat. So, props to these designers for putting a full shower in their bathroom. Like, I mean, like, a toilet and a sink. Like, just having a half bathroom with no shower in here would suffice. But, I appreciate him for going the extra mile. Good.
Now, at the end of this hallway, we have a staircase going up to the second floor where we have 2-bedroom suites. We're gonna start our tour with the one on the right-hand side. This is a front-facing bedroom, king-size bed, built-in closets.
Are these the closets, or is that the closet? Okay, actually, that might be a bathroom.
Nice and spacious. We have the TV on this side.
But where's the views?
And around the corner,
Is that the view that I saw right there?
closets.
Okay, what? I don't know if I'd want to have this bedroom because there's not really any windows that I can see.
Nice and spacious. We have the TV on this
Unless
side.
that one was
and around the corner, it
across
comes
from
with
this.
gorgeous bathroom, marble finish throughout, floating vanity.
Too much
everything
marble.
you need. Now, right
Wait,
across, marble finish
hold on.
throughout, floating.
Where's the drain? Where's the drain on this sink? Is that it?
Everything you need. Now, right across, we have the second bedroom. It starts right here, and as soon as you walk in, you see the amazing views, sliding glass doors opening up the corner, and this bedroom is basically your junior primary bedroom suite. Has its own.
That's a junior primary bedroom. Oh, so it's got a junior master bedroom and a senior master bedroom. Ah, they're doing some firsts here. Cool.
Patio. And focusing back in, we have the king size bed, beautiful light fixtures, reveal details on the
They
ceiling.
look a little
And before we
weird.
check out the patio right here, I want to bring everybody this way. This door opens up to the bathroom for this room, marble clad on the walls. You have your closet around the corner. Let's have a quick look. They have these automatic lights throughout, and there you go. You have suite.
Do these boxes come with the closet? Because to be honest, I don't really know if I want to have a bedroom where the closet for it is like in the bathroom. Because what if you're sharing a room? The person could be taking the shit in the bathroom, and then maybe you need to change or something. You can't use the closet. So what's the point of this? Like, are you supposed to put like maybe towels or toiletry in here? If so, it seems a little overkill.
Finish on the cabinetry, open shelving, everything you need. Each one of these closets are extremely spacious. And coming back into the bathroom.
Yeah, I mean, it's so spacious. You practically got another closet on the other side that you just completely skimmed over.
You have your walk-in shower with a window detail above, rain head, and you have your floating vanity design here. A lot of these neutral light tones that really warms up the space. Now, I want to bring everybody back to the bedroom so we can check out the patio. We have the sun going down, and the outdoor furniture, everything about this house is just so custom.
Yeah, like
We
you haven't
have the
told us
same
before.
composites.
And I haven't mentioned this before, but I've noticed like these things like everywhere around the house. Like in every single corner that's outdoors, I've noticed these. What are they supposed to be? I mean, it's like on closer look, it could be candles, but I don't know. Is that what they're supposed to be? Are they like automatic, or how does it work?
Stones that we saw in the driveway. This material is extremely durable, and it has that terrazzo look, which I really, really like. And you have your amazing views. Now,
I mean, the views are only blocked by a tree, but that can easily be like that can easily be overlooked. Like, who needs to see the skyline anyway? I mean, you see the smog every day. I mean, at one point it gets a little boring, so you gotta have a bit of greenery to spice it up a bit.
I want to bring everybody downstairs to check out the second bedroom that I mentioned earlier. It's actually located down below us, and it starts right here. Hallway.
Why didn't you go in this before? Why did you just like skip over it? Like, yeah, I want to show this bedroom first. Okay, now we can show this bedroom. Why didn't you just show it before? Does it like connect or something?
Bedroom, same oak hardwood floors, king size bed, gorgeous light fixtures, open corner design.
And it's got a private fire pit.
And before we go outside, I want
fire
to show
pit's
everybody
nice.
the bathroom. Marble clad walls that's been book matched, veins and details just look stunning. Another gorgeous vanity here with a hidden drain, your toilet setup, and your walk-in shower is around the corner. It is so spacious. Rain head above, beautiful fixtures, and of course around the corner we have a walk-in closet. Now let's take everybody outside
To
we
see
have the
the
sun
fire
going down. Our
pit.
timing is perfect, that way we can kind of enjoy the lights of the city. We have another fire
Your
pit
timing
area
was
here
perfect.
with
It's
the
almost
custom
like this was
furniture.
planned.
And if you focus this side, we have this living wall detail that runs halfway through this section.
This whole living wall honestly just kind of looks like the type of stuff that you see as like a Windows 10 start screen. Like, even like when you use, I saw like this on like, we saw this on like one of the upper, on like I think like some other bedroom, and we saw the same thing, and like by the quality of it, it literally did look like a Windows 10 start screen.
Complemented
better
with
there.
this moat that wraps around the backyard. I mean, this is incredible.
Can you
and I
preview this
personally
water by
really
stepping
like
in
this
it?
living wall detail. Now coming here, this is the first bedroom suite that we saw on this level. Gorgeous olive tree with the outdoor lighting. And on our right
so
hand
that's
side,
what
we have
it
the
is.
sliding glass doors opening up from
Are
the kitchen.
you ever
and
going to
dining
use the
area.
olives though?
And look at these views. This is incredible. Your moat kind of adds up to the feeling of this backyard. And on my right hand side, we have the family room, again, seamlessly opening to the outdoors. Coming here,
The bathroom,
this is where your backyard
this backyard is
Two
kind of
olive trees
small.
perfectly frames this
I was
space.
expecting something
you have
bigger.
outdoor lounging areas, your spa, incredible infinity edge pool, and they have the same
Where? Okay, is that the infinity pool? Because I thought infinity pool is just, it looks like it has no edge.
composite material also throughout this level, which gives this backyard a nice natural feel. And I want to actually bring the focus to the outdoor furniture here. It was manufactured by a yachting company, and each one of these lounging chairs weighs like 200 pounds,
Really?
which is just mind-boggling.
Why does it need to weigh so much though? I mean, I guess because you like overpaid and like paid like $1,600 for like each of these.
And
Oh, wait, not 1,600. That's a little cheap. Like 16,000.
coming here, of course, your formal living room and bar all opens up to the outdoors. I mean, look at the space. Walls of glass, overhangs, the
They're called windows, not walls of glass.
stone class, these gas lanterns. It's just stunning. And you have your infinity edge pool. More importantly, you have a motorized 23-foot TV that pops right to the
That's
corner.
really unnecessary, but honestly really cool at the same time.
That way you can watch movies or TV or games right here.
I kind
straight
of like
from your
that.
phone. It is
I would.
incredible.
It's
It is
so.
not small either.
This is so pointless, but it's so cool at the same time. I would love to have this, even if I would never use it.
It is not small, and on top of that, it has a windometer on top, which means if it gets really windy, it automatically lowers itself.
Okay, well that's kind of lame. What if you're in the middle of a game, like doing an Elden Ring boss fight, and it's like, all right, well, that's enough. It's getting a little windy in here. Well, then what happens? Does it just turn itself off? Like, no, come on. You gotta like, it's so weak at that point.
Super cool. Now coming here, we have this outdoor seating area on our right hand side with a fire pit, your outdoor bar, which looks
Yes, the outdoor bar with swings that you sit on. It's almost like we tried to marry a playground with a mansion. It's pretty cool.
Stunning. I mean, the stone clad here, these ceiling mount swing chairs that
They're
are
they're just
plexiglass with
swings.
LED lighting inside. This is one of the coolest
Mm, how strong are these though? Because now that I look at it, they don't really look strong enough to support a person.
bar seating or bar sections we have ever seen on this channel.
For sure. It's really cool.
Absolutely. And I love this stone pattern here, which they have on the back wall as well. Open shelving, you have your beer tab, small fridge, ice maker, everything you need. And around the corner,
Yeah.
we have a 30-person sunken fire pit area with
That's a fire pit. Damn, you're gonna have a whole bonfire out here. It's like you're gonna start a whole wildfire with all this, with all this wood. Jeez. I mean, I'm all for fire pits, but do you really need this much wood? And like, you're gonna burn your house down with this.
built-in seating, and of course, amazing views. Everything about this property is truly stunning. Now it gets better. I'm gonna bring everybody this way. We have some space heaters above us, and you actually have an outdoor staircase here that takes you all the way to the rooftop deck. But a floor above us, we have a door opening up to a detached guest suite with its own kitchenette, and the bedroom itself gets phenomenal views of the city. It has a full bathroom with a
Oh, that is a lot more. Oh no. Oh, I don't like that tub. Why is it open and exposed? And why does it look like a casket? It's like you're gonna get like. It's like you're just gonna, you're just gonna like die in this tub because you're gonna hit your head because these look so tall, and then you're gonna fall into it, and it's like, it's like, oh well, you died. Well, you already have a casket.
marble tub.
Might as well use
It's a
it.
great addition to the home. Now that wraps up our tour on the main floor, and we're gonna do what we mentioned earlier, wait for sun to fully go down so we can tour the rest of the home at night.
Oh, there was already night though.
So this house is a very unique showing experience. When you walk into the main level, you're obviously met with incredible volume, amazing scale, some incredible views, and then you go upstairs to the primary suite, and there's really nothing left to be desired. What makes it so amazing is when you walk all the way down that wraparound staircase and you end up in the lower level, that's when people's minds tend to melt because you're not expecting what you see down here.
Which
The
is
size and scale of the space, the amenities that exist in this lower level are second to none in terms of being on par with other properties in Los Angeles. And I would be remiss to say that this may be the most impressive room that I've ever seen in a single family residence in all of Los Angeles.
I mean, it has to. I mean, I think. Well, I mean, you designed it, so I think you kind of made it make it as impressive as you thought. Like, don't act surprised.
So a few hours had passed, and now we're touring the lower level at night. We wanted to do this because this house with the lighting, walls of glass, scale, it looks so incredible at night that we wanted to do the rest of the tour basically after 7 p.m. and house just
Yeah,
looks
okay. Well, now looking at the filming date right here, it makes sense because 7 p.m. now, which is like, what time it is for you, which is like what time it is for me right now. Like, as you can see in the back, it's still fully bright outside, so yeah, it makes
stunning.
sense.
We're gonna start our tour here
Did confuse me a bit, but whatever.
with the spiral staircase. This design here with the railing.
I thought
and
you already
emblem,
showed it off,
and
though.
right in the center we have a
And also, are you plagiarizing here with this here staircase? Because it kind of looks like one of them staircases that has like no supports. Like, there's this chapel in New Mexico that has like no nails in it and like no support, and technically it's like structurally impossible to build, and it kind of looks like this. But here, these guys are just plagiarizing it. Like, come on. Only they can do it.
44-foot chandelier attached all the way to the ceiling on the second floor. It has 55,000 crystals. They had to reinforce the entire ceiling in order to accommodate this one-of-a-kind chandelier. We have
They had to reinforce it because it's just like they tried installing it. We're like, oh no, we're fucking. Oh no, it's fucked. It's cracking. Reinforce the ceiling. We're gonna have to rebuild it now. Shit.
never seen anything like this, and it comes down to this level, and this is your landing. We're looking at a 6,000 square foot ballroom with multiple seats.
You call it a ballroom, but where's the area for you to, kind of do a bit of a boogie?
Seating areas, bar in the center that we're going to see in a bit. But first, I want to bring everybody here. We have this door opening up to your elevator access on this level. And we have two doors here. Let's have a quick look. We have the first powder room here, your marble vanity.
It's a
with
little
ceiling
bare.
mount faucet, and this is where you have your water.
Why do you have a ceiling mount? Wait, but why do you have
Your
this ceiling mounted faucet? That's so unnecessary.
marble vanity with a ceiling mount faucet, and this is where you have your water closet, and we have a
This is
replica
such a bad
of this
place
right
too.
next door. Mikey, we need a close up. Look at the wall paneling here and the brass inlay design. These are all laser cut and hand polished. Look at these handles with the suede inlay and the logos. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. And as soon as you walk in, you have 18-foot high ceilings here, cove lighting details throughout, and we're looking at the first seating area here with a marble table in the center. And again, the
It
furniture
looks more
setup
like
in this house
wood,
just looks
though.
incredible. You have a custom carpet with the emblem of the house. And coming here, we have the secondary seating area. Again, the scale of this room is just mind-boggling. And I'm sorry to mention it, but I feel like I'm constantly talking about the furniture here, but it's so custom.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
look
are.
at the straps behind these chairs, your bar setup
It's
here.
kind of
It's just one of a
unnecessary to
kind.
have the straps because it
we
makes it
have the
feel like
same
it was
oak
designed.
hardwood floor.
Because just like it's so unnecessary to have straps on the back because then it just makes it look like it was designed by like a handbag company. Like, hey Gucci, can you make these chairs for us? I mean, we've never designed chairs, but sure.
With the chevron pattern here on this level. And before we go back to the bar area, I want to bring everybody's attention here. This is a first.
The
This
interview
is a
spot.
6-car elevator that goes up to the garage on the main level where we have the single door. That way you can actually change.
Dude, this is kind of like something from James Bond, or like, or just like I wonder if you could like have all those cars like queued up and ready to go, and we're just like, all right, first car, go. Just launches it down, and then have the second car like the elevator like launch down, and have a second car go on, and just goes up immediately and launches that, and so on and so forth. So you could just kind of like rapid fire cars out of this garage. If so, that would be pretty cool.
Whatever car you want through your phone or your Savant system. Let's say you want this Aston Martin, push of a button, it will actually lower the main elevator, put this Aston Martin on top, push it up to the main level.
This is insane.
This is insane.
It's
better.
like
Let's say
James-
you're having
it's
a
almost
party
like a
here,
spy
right?
movie.
You have 6 cars on this entire assembly. You can program it where you're constantly shifting the cars from one side to another, which would be an amazing backdrop. I mean, this looks like it's out of
There
a
we
Batman
go.
movie.
He
This is
said it.
crazy.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Something about this just reminds me of Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, it's like a bat cave down
See a
there.
Batmobile on this thing. Anyway, I'm not going to get carried away.
This assembly was over $3 million. I think it looks incredible. I think this is the best car display, car garage we have ever seen on this channel. My hat's off to the developer. It looks amazing.
Yeah, it really does.
Also, during their inspection period, the city inspector required them to have some sort of a dedicated fire sprinkler system for this garage assembly here, and that's why
Really?
they have these fire curtains above us that seals off this section in case something happens here. Mind-boggling.
That's so
All right, let's continue our
industrial.
tour. We have an additional
Not
seating
homey at
area here
all.
right next to your bar. Mikey, I need you to pen up to the ceiling. Look at this oval light installation here, light fixture installation. This is mind-boggling. And again, when I had a chance to talk to the developer, he mentioned that they had to put the template of this circular lighting to the floors, then run laser beams from floor to ceiling,
Yeah.
and drill each one of these holes, and then attach the light fixtures.
But how is
kind of create-
okay? But here's the real question: how do you know if the lasers weren't off? You never know.
This pattern. Months. It took them months to pull this light fixture alone here. And then you have the chandelier in the center.
Yeah, y'all can't see it, but off camera, I have a very shocked expression on my face. That seems like a lot of work.
Mind-boggling. All right, now you have the bar right in the
Mind-boggling
center.
indeed.
Multiple islands. Dual elevation here with the bar seating. We have an additional island right in the center here with these open shelving designs. These are all solid.
Really?
They each weigh probably like 150 to 200 pounds.
Sorry, I have to do this.
Pretty satisfying, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, you have your sinks, refrigerator, ice maker, open shelving on each side, everything you need. And here's the coolest fact about this bar. You know, although it's right in the center of this ballroom, which serves great, you know, you can kind of address each seating section from here. Let's say you want to have this space all open, right? You want to throw a big event. These bar setups, these islands are portable. With a pallet lift, you can actually lift them up.
They're portable. Yeah, but okay. I mean, you could have. Why would you just do a pallet lift though? Why would think? You know, you had a door open, and if these were on like tracks or something, and you could like push them into those drawers and then like close them. I mean, yeah, you would have a track showing, but I mean, you could just try and hide it as best you can.
Up, move them to a side.
That would
have
be
your
better.
bar around the corner and leave the center of this room open. They designed it that way. You have plumbing from the floors running, and it's currently not attached. You can attach it and detach it, and you can move the entire bar from here.
Seems like
to
a
that
lot of
corner right
work,
there.
though.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, so I was actually wondering why it had no sinks. That makes sense, right?
It has sinks.
They just haven't been hooked up yet.
Exactly.
Okay.
How do you
And
link them
even
up,
if you
though?
hook them up, it will literally take like 5 minutes to disconnect all your drain lines and water lines and
Yeah.
move everything.
Yeah, it's still
Incredible, right?
it's still a lot of
All right.
work.
Additional seating area, gorgeous furniture, and Mikey, let's go this way. We have this building with brass inlay
Ah, I see.
details.
I
And Mikey,
mean-
let's get a close up here. Look at your built-in humidor. Look at the handles.
Good place
Woodwork.
to store
Everything
all
about
your
it is just so
premium
gorgeous. And I have
Cuban
another story for you.
cigars.
Look at this couch right here. They put this couch, once they put everything up with the windows and doors, right? It didn't fit through the door. That's why they had to take out an entire glass panel to move this couch in and install the glass panel back on.
Wow.
That seems like
This
a
house
bit
is
of an
crazy.
oversight.
This house is just truly one of a kind. All right. we're
Yeah,
back in the
truly one of
ballroom.
a kind when the furniture doesn't even fit through the doors.
Additional seating area, chandelier above. We have this entire corner open up seamlessly to the outdoors. But before we go out there, I actually want to bring everybody here.
What about the dinosaurs? The dinosaur. I want to see the dinosaur.
You just brush over the dinosaur
No,
right
no,
there?
no. We're going to come back to that in a bit. Trust
Yeah,
me.
thank you. Okay, thank you for saying it. Yeah, because you can't just brush over that. That's
But I gotta take you
amazing.
here. Another seating
Every
area. I
4-year-old
gotta show
wants
this.
that in
Look
their
at this.
house.
Look at these pillows with the belt and the stitching, and just looks incredible. All right,
But
now
not-
this way.
but
These
doesn't
double
feel
doors open
incredible,
up to
if you
your
know what
wine
I
cellar.
mean.
Now this wine cellar
Well, that-
holds.
Are these the wine bottles that actually come with it? If so, I can kind of see where the price comes from as well. Because, I mean, if you didn't have all those wine cellars and the views, I mean, it could probably go for a lot less.
1,050 bottles, which is incredible. And Mikey, we need to get a close up. The way they designed this wall is super unique. Essentially, you just
But they also, oh wait, oh, you have to lift them up.
lift up your bottle a little bit, and it comes out.
Oh. It doesn't really seem like a wise idea in California because these are all like slanted down. Because California gets earthquakes, as you all know. So this is not a very good idea because if you get an earthquake, all these bottles are going to come like flying out of their holes that they're sitting in and just come and make a big mess on the floor.
They have these built-in, I guess, slots with a little angle, and it just holds your bottle in place just like that. Looks very sleek, and right in the center,
But
we
not
got this
very
gorgeous
wise.
marble table. Look at the chairs. Look at the custom carpet, and above that, we have this Murano glass chandelier. Now, here's an interesting fact. They have modeled this chandelier after a dress that former First Lady Jacqueline Onassis once wore. How crazy is that?
Jacqueline Onassis. I don't know who that is. Is that J.F. Kennedy's wife? Like, I'm not as well versed on the first ladies, but I mean, you could have just used her married name so we know who you're talking about.
That's wild. Imagine being a big enough pop culture icon to have a.
But you didn't even show up
chandelier
a dress
modeled after a dress you
either.
wore one time.
Amazing. Out of words.
Gives you something to aspire to.
Absolutely. All right, ready, Mikey?
Yeah.
Right next to your wine cellar, you have a vodka tasting
They even have a vodka tasting room? What's next? What's next? A gin distillery?
room. And I honestly don't know how to talk about this space. I mean,
That is
I
the
love
most
designer, that's
unnecessary
marble,
room
and
ever.
It's pretty cold in here.
It looks like a laboratory.
And you have probably really ridiculous right now, but here, and that's why let's get out. Look at these brass inlays on the glass wall.
They look
Emblem
the
of house.
same
Every
everywhere.
corner. There are so many details in this house.
It's
just
the
like,
same thing.
I almost feel like I'm skipping half of it.
Yeah, I want to look at the dinosaur.
All right, let's
Yeah,
go check out the
look at the dinosaur.
Again, Fleetwood sliding glass doors.
But
They are
why is it
motorized,
outside?
tucked into the
Someone
walls,
could
opening
steal
up to your
it.
outdoors end. You basically have an outdoor nightclub lounge here. Multiple fire pits, multiple seating areas, amazing views. City is glowing right in front of you. And right in front of me, we have this dinosaur skeleton sculpture here.
Is it a real?
This does look cool, and it really goes with the whole Batman theme of this lower level.
Yeah, we've toured billions of dollars worth of real estate. We've never seen a dinosaur skeleton in a house before.
Not like this one. We've
I
seen
would
one.
rather
What's
move
your
it
favorite kind of
inside
dinosaur?
so I could see it.
T-Rex?
Okay.
What kind of
well,
dinosaur is this?
Pretty
Yeah, all right.
All right, they have floating floors here where you have the drains tucked underneath. It's the same composite stone finish that we saw throughout
Well, let
the
me
property.
see that,
And coming here, we have another outdoor
exercise,
fire pit.
the gym.
And Mikey, let's go this way so we can take a look at the gym. And look at this gym. I mean, you have a spin class here.
Yeah, like hardly anyone's gonna use this.
Multiple Pelotons, 3 TVs attached to the
Unless they're
ceiling.
Hugh-
We have your
Hugh
tonal
Hefner.
system here, 18-foot rock climbing wall, because why not? And we have 18-foot ceilings
A lot of
throughout
things in
the
here.
lower
Why
level.
not?
I mean, this is just incredible.
But you don't have any barbells or that many dumbbells. Oh, it's disappointing.
And right next to your gym, we have this glass door opening up to your jacuzzi. Looks stunning. And around the corner, it gets better. We have this door opening up to your steam room, where you have this built-in table in the center with onyx countertops.
We call it a steam room, aka a sauna. Why is it not wooden? Every finished sauna demands it be made of wood. If it's not wood, it's not a sauna. 2, why are there no benches? It needs to have benches in order to be a sauna. I'm not gonna just stand in here if I'm gonna do what I do in a sauna.
Backlit and heated. You have marble mosaic walls throughout. This is stunning. And you have marble clad walls here. And at the end, we have this door opening up to your actual massage room with the vanity. Now, I also want to talk about the security aspect of this home. A lot of our viewers always ask about the
Yeah, you gotta talk about the security, because there's way too many open doors. Like every
8K cameras.
see. It like practically filmed that in like 144.98.
And they actually have a security
You gotta show these now, because that sounds insane.
staff bedrooms hidden in the property that we unfortunately cannot show to you
Aw,
guys. And on top of that,
you gotta
they
show
got an
us.
incredible
You could like show it, and you know you can still show it, and just like not reveal where it is in the house. Just kind of like cut and be like, here we are in the safe room. Here's what it looks like. All right, back out. Cut back out to wherever else you're gonna tour.
safe room clad with Kevlar. That way you feel extremely safe. But again, unfortunately, we cannot show it to you
You
guys.
need to show it.
Now, coming back to the gym,
You don't have
we
to reveal the
this door
location.
opening up to a full bathroom dedicated to this area. You got a gorgeous marble sink with 2 faucets.
They have a whole ass locker room in this house. It's like we're trying to, like I wasn't lying, and I said this is practically a whole. I was saying this is practically a whole village.
Marble clad back wall, LED lit mirror, And around the corner, we have
You're
this
never
door
going to
opening
have enough guests out here to justify using
up
lockers.
to a gorgeous walk-in shower.
But
And
why
right
is there
here,
only one
we have
shower?
some lockers, built-in lockers, and some name tags. Arnold, GMA, Bezos.
Ah. Yes, because these are the only people rich enough to afford these house. Wait.
Zuckerberg, Wall, and Gates. I guess when you own a home
But what? But where is Elon Musk? That is my real question.
like this, these people might be your friends. And Mikey, GMA, John Michael Ayers.
John Michael Ayers, that's my name.
It's calling your name.
My full name.
All right, I was gonna say, how many years do you think, Mikey, it'll take you to get an estate like this?
You'll never.
Maybe like 6 to 8 months.
6 to 8 months, easy.
How much you pay?
Yeah, I
Get
knew it.
paid.
All right, oak hardwood floors, chevron pattern. Mikey, I forgot a detail. We gotta come back this way. I'm so sorry. So obviously, this hallway takes you back to the ballroom. We have this opening here taking you to the staff quarters. Multiple bedrooms, bathrooms. You have your laundry room.
It's a little
also
depressing.
Here. Now, last room on this level, and it's a special one. You have your candy station, wine station, popcorn machine.
Dang, you got a break room too.
I'm
Nice.
assuming you're getting the point.
Is that the
You got a
safe room
screen
behind
here
you?
showing you what movie is playing because we have this pocket door opening up to your movie theater. You have
Nice.
padded walls, plush carpet on the
But
floor.
why is this in such a weird place too? Like, can't you make it like a little more accessible?
Floors. Leather electric recliner chairs that sits 15 people. Massive screen on this side. And what's great about this room is the fact that since we are below grade, the entire room is cased out of concrete. So you have incredible sound insulation here. You close the door, no one will even hear that you're here. And look at the space. Look how gorgeous it is.
It's a little
You
plain.
just sit down, watch a movie here. And that wraps our tour on the lower level. Let's go back to the staircase so we can check out the second floor. Now we're on the second floor. If you take the main staircase, it brings you to this wing of the second floor where you have the primary bedroom suite. But if you take the staircase on the back side that we took earlier, it brings you up to the 2 guest suites. So I wanted to kind of clarify that. Chandelier
Are we
looks
connected,
gorgeous.
though?
Again, 55,000 crystals, and they had to reinforce the ceiling
Because
here
it was
it
cracking.
weighs so much. Now we have this
Which
door
is
opening
a
up to
problem,
storage
too.
closet. This is your elevator access on this level. Again, doors, details, everything about it is gorgeous.
What is that step
And
down
we have this
to?
bridge that overlooks to your formal living room
Yeah,
area
this
and
is
your bar.
definitely
Look at the
a
city in
place
front of you.
Hitman.
Everything is sparkling. It's gorgeous. All right, let's come in this way. We have this door opening up to your primary bedroom suite, and this room is massive. You have oak hardwood floors, stained on site. You have brass inlaid throughout. Wood paneling gives a lot of warmth.
What is that? Is that supposed to be the TV? Because if it is, that is a really small.
This space, and Mikey, we're gonna start our tour here. Another
Oh,
Arclinia
It's just a coffee bar.
Gorgeous. It's right next to your bed.
I know you love your Nespressos.
I do.
That's different than the one we have. That
They
one's-
should sponsor us.
That
Like,
one's way nicer.
they really should sponsor us. We use it all the
Sponsor
time.
me, maybe.
All right, you have a seating area here dedicated to your
Why do these kind of look like paintings?
primary bedroom. And Mike, can we get a close
And where's the TV? You need a TV here.
up? Even the coffee table is book matched. It looks stunning. Look at the carpet here with the emblem. Sofa, your gas fireplace, and the book matching on this wall is just mind-boggling. This
Yeah,
stone,
that's what you're
this
supposed to
marble
admire.
is so beautiful. The veins. It looks like they have skulls on each side.
And statues.
Just looks incredible. I'm out of words. I feel like this video was more of a reaction video than a tour. I feel like we're just
I mean,
kind of
I'm
talking
the
with everything
one
we see.
doing a reaction tour here, but
You
sure.
have your king size bed here. Again, the details, straps, patterns, and I love that the walls have these wood panels in your brass inlays and this gorgeous pattern that really warms up the space. Your king size bed, 2 light fixtures on each side, mirror back wall with more brass inlays, and right on top you have your projector because we have a drop down
Oh,
screen
that's where the
right in
TV
front of your
is.
king size bed. And this is where you just lay down, relax, enjoy your night, look at the breathtaking views of the city.
Well, you can't.
Gorgeous-
Well, you can't really look at the views of a city if you have your projector. I mean, unless you're like looking around it.
bedroom. And now we're gonna continue our tour with the primary bathroom. This bathroom is extremely spacious. We have same oak hardwood floors also here, 24 slabs of Calcutta gold marble book mashed throughout, and you have your 18-foot solid marble vanity here that looks stunning. I love the ceiling mount towel racks that are pretty bulky, and your massive mirror with LED lighting. And right on this side, we got this gorgeous marble-free.
It's a little too freestanding though, because you have all this and everything here, so it's kind of like you're a spectacle as you're bathing.
Standing tub
So
that they
it's a
had
little,
to crane in and slide in to this position.
so it's a little
Look at
bad
your tub
of a
filler.
position.
You have sliding glass doors opening up to your outdoors. Phenomenal, phenomenal. Now, right in the center, we have a 100 square foot.
That's so big though. Is this like at this point might as well just take a shower with like your spouse or something.
Walk-in shower, without a doubt. This is the biggest walk-in shower
It's
we
too
have ever seen
big.
on this channel. 2 rain heads above. You have chrome fixtures, handheld. I guess you can have 15, 20 people here if you want to.
Yeah, how about a whole
I love the floor drains.
group
Exactly.
orgy?
Hidden underneath, so it's perfectly level. You have 2 water closets. Let's show the one on this side real quick. And of course you have your, let's see, the lighting turns on. There you go. Fancy eggshell Toto toilet.
Does it
All the
have a
features.
bidet?
And
You didn't show if it had a bidet.
let's go check out the
If
first
it
closet.
opens like that,
starts
it has
right
to have a
here.
bidet.
And island in the center with built-in seating.
Oh.
We have wardrobe set up.
This looks
throughout.
like something on like Emirates Airlines. Jeez.
Open shelving, and this closet looks incredible. The veneers, the finish, handles, textures, LED lighting, everything about it is just like incredible. You know, normally I would say this is like a really nice boutique store, but I think it's way better than that. It feels like a first class experience almost, like an Emirates flight. I'm out of words.
You said it, see? It looks like an Emirates flight. This is like literally the decor that they have, and they're like first and business class. I actually figured out the whole plane is literally this whole decor. But that's different because it's a plane. It's temporary. I don't want to live in this.
Look at the finishes here.
It's really nice. This is better than a boutique store. You're right.
I mean, look at this drawer setup here. Look at the handle. Look at the way it closes.
It's like beyond soft close.
I know. Look at these oversized handles with the branding. Inside you have your racks. I mean, it's just stunning. Open shelving. 2 skylights above. It's nighttime, so we don't really see the natural light coming in, but you have them. And
Should've
we have
showed it
another
during the
beautiful
day, though.
closet right around the corner. Let's go have a quick look. Oh, I also forgot. Got a gorgeous chandelier above. And coming here,
What's that?
water closet
Security
number 2 on this
system?
side. And we have this door opening up to your second closet.
Why is this so
one has
white?
more of the lighter tones, but you have the same texture.
Because maybe this is like the ladies' closet? Maybe.
Those throughout. Again, 2 more skylights here. I'm not gonna do much talking anymore.
Not much to say. This
not
is
much to
nice.
say. This is super, super nice.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back into the bedroom. Sorry, bathroom, because I want to take everybody outside. So primary bedroom suite gets a wraparound balcony. It starts right here. We have it nicely hedged on this side. You have your own private jacuzzi, because why not? It's really nice. You have the stone cladding on this side. And coming here, your wraparound balcony extends out. Look at the outdoor furnishings here. This probably weighs like 150 pounds.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. Solid brass,
Well, then how are you
open
supposed
corner,
to sit in it?
and you have your
Oh.
own outdoor seating area on the second floor with a fire pit right in the center, complemented with a fireplace, your outdoor TV, and can we talk about the views? City looks incredible. It looks like a movie out here, and you can literally
I don't
see
know if that's
helicopters
supposed to
flying.
mean.
We're quite high up. You have your incredible backyard down below. Just a stunning property, and it gets better because right above us we have an amazing rooftop deck.
There's more?
This is your rooftop deck, and the first thing I want to talk about are the views. You have the entire city in front of you, all the way to the Pacific Ocean. Obviously, we cannot see it right now, but
Well, you
views are
should have
stunning.
shown
You
it
have
during
downtown
the
Los
day
Angeles
then
right
to
ahead.
prove it.
And we take this for granted. We live in this city, but LA is pretty special.
Yeah, we've been on the road.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty special, like, when you consider the used condoms and needles on the streets and the homeless people everywhere. Yeah, it makes it pretty unique.
For a while.
Not
all
in this
over the
part,
place.
but, you know,
It's
we're all
good to
the
be back in a
we're all the
house
plebs
with a view
live,
like
all the
this.
peasants live.
Absolutely. And this rooftop deck, you get amazing outdoor square footage. Right in the center, you have the fire pit with the built-in seating. We have the outdoor TV on this side with a linear gas fireplace. I love these gas lanterns that we've been seeing throughout. And right on the other side, we have the outdoor kitchen with the kegerator, ice maker, fridge, sink, everything you need.
Except for the
And on the back
kegerator,
side
that's
of the rooftop deck,
unnecessary.
we have the LED lit steps taking you to your jacuzzi.
Second
I mean, what a great
jacuzzi.
spot on a cold night like this where you just get in, enjoy, look at these views. This is phenomenal. And this home, without a doubt, is one of my favorite homes in the city.
Okay, well, kind of a lot to unpack. It's like a Wayne Manor if it were modern. Not bad. Seriously, would consider buying this house. You know? Any of you want to buy it? If so, maybe you can buy it too.
I take a tremendous sense of pride and ownership when being given the opportunity to work on a project like this. Something like this has gone on for the better part of 8 years to get from commencement to finish, and that's something I certainly don't take lightly. Those of us who have been doing this work long enough know that we look for certain opportunities to really kind of make us a trademark, you know, to hang our hat on. And for me, this property is potentially that opportunity. In the years that I've been doing this, I've seen numerous properties, but I've never seen something quite like this, and I'm not certain that I ever will again.
All right, everyone, that's it for the tour. Without a doubt, one of my favorite homes in the city. The fit and finish, customization, furniture, stone class throughout. This house is so impressive. I want to congratulate the developer for doing an amazing job. And I also want to thank the listing agents, Adam and John, for allowing us to tour their amazing listing and share it
You're
with
kinda
all of
like,
you.
yeah, I mean,
As
you're
always, you can
basically
find more
selling it
information
for
about this
them.
estate in the description of this video, so make sure to check that out. Lastly, if you enjoyed the video, make sure to give us a like, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see you guys next week.
I'm not gonna subscribe to your video. Anyway, next video. I actually saw this on my recommended in my what's it called? My channel, like my main channel. Like, well, this is my main channel, but like my personal channel that I like watch stuff on, basically. Anyway, it's basically this one. I got a presidential pardon for a crime I committed in 2009. I kind of want to save this for this video because it looked interesting.
I've always wanted a presidential pardon, but why? What crime have I committed?
Morning.
Other than being guilty for being a silly guy.
You're the Welcome to Luton man.
Well, when I was at school,
Yeah, that seems like a big crime, you know. You can't do that here in America.
I was once given detention for playing footy before break time had started. I'm still not over it, so I'm gonna do something.
14 hours I'm eating
Something
the head of
bad.
government.
This is the story of how I got a presidential pardon. Wow. From a recognised world leader. Hello. And then hand-delivered that pardon to the teacher that told me off 12 years ago.
Nice. That's it. That's how you tell her.
I need to get a presidential pardon. Now, I have one rule for this entire video. The presidential pardon has to come from a head of state of a UN recognised territory. So, no Sealand, no Molossia. Basically, do they have an international football team? That is the threshold.
I mean, I don't think a Vatican has a. I don't think a Vatican really has a international football team, technically. But it's a UN. But it's a UN recognized country. So are you saying if the Vatican is not a country? That seems a little presumptuous of you.
Of which I'm basing this entire thing off. I'm going to start with the obvious country, the US. It's actually very helpful because the official White House website has a contact us page,
yeah, but
which you can.
Yeah, but I mean that's kind of a good. I mean, yeah, it could work, but if the country's a little, you know, the U.S. is kind of a big country, so you're kind of like a fish in the, just a fish in the open ocean. I don't know if I use that analogy correct, but you know what? Oh wait, no. You're kind of like a needle in a haystack, basically. There's no way you're gonna get him to reach back out to like reach back and say, "Yeah, I'll do it."
Contact the president, contact the vice president, help with a federal agency, question about the website. I might as well contact the president. I don't have any huge questions about the website. Hey Joe, hope you well.
Make it sound more professional, man. He's never gonna read your letter if it looks like that.
Is there any chance of a collab LMK when you're in London? Kisses. I don't think I'm going to be hearing back from the US, but that's fine because I've got over 200 countries to slide into the deal.
Are you going to be contacting every one of them? Like, imagine if you just got like a pardon from the Pope. That would be pretty insane.
Over the next few days, I contacted hundreds of press offices to see if I could get...
Did you contact all of them, though?
5 minutes of face-to-face time with their head of state. And after a couple of weeks, I had a few replies.
Nice!
Essentially, I've had responses from 2 countries, Kosovo and Gibraltar. Kosovo's...
You could do Kosovo... What?
The weird one, because their head of press asked to converse over WhatsApp, and then she left me on red. That feeling when you get aired by an...
Okay, don't tell me you're doing this just because some countries don't recognize Kosovo. It's still a real country.
Entire country. But Gibraltar seemed to be keen, and they said, yes, can we arrange a date? And...
But the thing is, Gibraltar's not a country. You should have went with Kosovo. Be with the Balkan bros, man.
Gibraltar is recognized by the UN, so...
Yeah, but it says... Yeah, it's recognized by the UN as a non-self-governing territory, not a sovereign state. That's what I want. A sovereign state, not some self-governing territory. Like Puerto Rico.
I think I could be going to Gibraltar.
I was given an address in Gibraltar and a date.
This is the address that I've been given. I'm meant to be here in 2 days' time.
So it was time to travel on.
International.
No photography. Well, he's breaking the laws. Like, he's breaking, like, a law doubly with his video. Oh, wait. He's also going to be going to the airport in Gibraltar. Like, I'm going to show you this to you right now because this is actually, like, pretty cool. Oh, shoot. I reveal my location. Let me do this. Oh, Alright, there we go. Now you don't know where I am. Yes, I was looking at Monte Casino. It was for other reasons. So let me show you this Gibraltar airport, because this is like one of the most insane airports in the world. And yes, so yeah, here it is. Gibraltar, not very big. It's basically just a peninsula. But as you can see right here, there is literally a road going right across this runway. Like, see, we can, like, drop in right here. And you can practically just walk across this whole runway, as you can see. You can drive across this, like a runway. That's insane. Like, it's kind of confusing as to why they didn't, like, I don't know, like, have a road, like, go around it or something, instead of just going right through it. But, I mean, I guess I can't judge. So, I'll take it.
Bad boy, getting a presidential pardon. And whilst I'm travelling across Europe, let me give you a history of Gibraltar. Gibraltar is an overseas territory in the Iberian Peninsula. It's one enormous and gorgeous rock. It has its own
it's just a big
self-governing
rock.
parliament with an elected leader, and most importantly, it has an international football team that has won 6 games.
Wow, 6 games?
This was all looking
That's a
like
lot.
it was going swimmingly. Beautiful day. But there was one thing that I hadn't been entirely truthful about.
14 hours I'm meeting the head of the Gibraltar government. Now, the tricky thing is, what I haven't told you thus far, is that he thinks I'm turning up for something else. I'm slightly operating on the idea of beg for forgiveness rather than for permission. So there's a potential
What could go
for this to
wrong?
a little bit wrong.
I knew the press office wouldn't agree to a meeting if I straight up and asked for the pardon, so instead I requested just to have an interview, and I was hoping when I was there I could ask the Chief Minister for a sneaky favour.
Nice.
Quite glad we didn't get to Kosovo.
But before that, I needed to get into Gibraltar, and as it's
Hey, did you just...
for a sneaky favour.
It's beautiful around here. Quite glad we didn't get to Kosovo.
Don't you insult Kosovo? Let me show you what this beautiful country looks like. I assure you that Kosovo is an absolutely amazing country. It is in the heart of a Balkan peninsula. Do they even have Street View here? No, they do not. Dang it. Okay, well then where are we gonna drop in? Sure. Well, that looks a little depressing, but I mean, we'll take it if we have to. Yeah, yeah, to be fair, it is a little, yeah, it is a little dry. Okay, I'll give it to you.
But before that, I needed to get into Gibraltar, and as it's a British overseas territory, I was greeted with some home comforts from the moment I crossed the border.
Yes, the legendary red telephone boxes.
Upon arriving in Gibraltar, I made my way straight into the centre of town to scope out the Chief Minister's office. And with a population of only 30,000, I ran straight into the very press officer that I'd been emailing.
Nice.
Hello, I'm so glad that you're a real person and I haven't travelled all the way here for absolutely nothing.
The question that we have is, how are you going to bamboozle Chief?
This is the thing, I'm not here to bamboozle him at all.
The lie detector test determined that was a lie.
He's down for...
He's down with the kids.
He's down with the kids.
Yeah.
Nice.
Down with the cool kids.
Yes,
That's not me. That's kind of put my mind at ease a little bit, weirdly. Bumped into one of the main advisors to the government. just in the street. Look at these. Gold cannons.
Pretty fancy.
This is obviously how they used to protect themselves in the old days.
Against some
But now, you can protect
Spanish
yourself using
bastards.
Dashlane. Dashlane is a password manager, but let me tell you more. Dashlane is important because it stores all my
I
passwords.
don't care about the sponsorship. Only when I'm sponsored may you read the sponsorship.
Gets hacked. Bingo. But with Dashlane, that's Max for MAXFO. Is it right?
Wait, do we have monkeys living on Gibraltar? Because I never knew that they did. That's interesting.
Actually.
So time fast approaching, hanging out with Monkey Possible. Go on, Fosh Pit members, send them some love. Time flies when you're hanging out with monkeys at the top of the Rock of Gibraltar, and my meeting with the Chief Minister was fast approaching. So I went for a quick pit stop at the pub right next to Parliament.
Nothing like meeting the head of state when you're just when you're just a little buzzed, you know?
Came here to drink OJ and to meet the Chief Minister of Gibraltar, and I just finished my OJ.
I ventured inside the government of Gibraltar's headquarters.
My name's Max Fosh. I've got a meeting with the Chief Minister at 12 o'clock.
Lanyard. Visitor pass.
Nice.
Only as I sat down in the waiting area did the true gravity of the situation begin to set in.
Nervous laughter.
How does this happen then?
I don't know, man.
Really nervous.
You decided to do it.
I was minutes away from meeting a head of state. And not only that, I somehow had to convince him to do something truly silly. Silly to the max, you might even say.
Shall I leave my bag here, or can...
You're going to be doing it in the chief's cabinet room. You need to.
Oh my god. What should I call the chief minister? Just the chief minister?
Just the chief. Do not, and it's not Fabian. Straight up, it's Fabian.
Fabian, okay. I'll stick to the chief minister.
I mean, you can call him Fabian.
Chief minister.
Yeah, just call him
Let's
Fabian.
start
It's
with chief
easier.
minister.
Before I knew it, I was being whisked away to the private offices of the Chief Minister of Gibraltar, Fabian Picardo.
Wow. God, this all feels very real now.
Now, this
And
is
after
how
a
you
couple of
feel
minutes,
important.
The main man arrived.
Hello.
How are you?
Lovely to meet you, Max.
Nice to meet you, Max.
Hello, chief minister. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
I'm saying this in your own office. So, my name's Max.
Well,
I'm
you're the one
a
making the
YouTuber.
video, so you can
These
go on.
crazy new jobs that everyone keeps talking about.
What my son wants to be when
Oh, really?
Yeah.
With Fabian Jr., a potential member of the Fosh Pit. Hello there, if you're watching. We were
This is nice. It's like he's meeting. Now he's the head of state. This is how you get along in life.
off to a great start, so I thought I'd show off my own political chops.
I had a brief foray into politics myself. I ran in the London mayor election.
Max Fosh, 6,000.
Wait, did he really? Wait, did he really run in the? Oh, I misspelled his name. Did he actually run in the mayoral election? How much votes did he get? Oh, he actually did. Run. How much votes did he get? Let's see, where's the results? Well, I don't know what he ran as, so I can't really say. Results. Oh, he only, well, not a lot of votes. Well, it's your fault. You should have, campaigned a little more.
309.
Oh, did you?
I came 19th out of 20.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
And with the chief minister suitably
only
impressed,
watched
I
a little
decided to
more.
go.
20.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it ain't bad. I mean, he beat one guy, so, take your wins where you can get them.
And with the chief minister suitably impressed, I decided to go for it.
It requires a bit of a story, but when I was younger, I never really got in trouble. But I did once get in trouble, which is when I was playing football 1 minute before I was allowed to. So break started at 9 p.m. I was playing football at 8:59.
That's
Oh.
Theresa May level of this.
What a bad boy.
Me and my friends used to run through the fields of wheat.
It's been bugging my mind for years, this one discretion of my behaviour. And so I want to get, if it's okay with you, a pardon from a minister being like, that has happened, is okay. And what I'm then going to do with that is then going to take it to my old teacher. I'd like to showcase you the
It'd be like, take that,
pardon for my
teacher.
discrepancy when I was at school. Now, I've always been slightly upset because although I was caught at 8:59, the fine or the lines that I was issued were issued at 9:01 p.m. or what do you think?
Well, I mean, in order to ensure that there is absolutely no element of frivolity about this, I shall sign this in the way that I am properly empowered to do.
Nice.
By the
You did
power
it.
vested in me. Wow, this is probably the highlight of my entire career.
I had done it.
Indeed.
Years of heartache and injustice.
Maybe I should do this. I'll just hit up all the heads of state around the world, literally every country, and just be like, hey, can I have a pardon?
The highlight of my entire career.
I had done it. Years of heartache and injustice put right by one man's pen.
Gibraltar, what a place. Come on. Absolutely come on. I was terrified because I didn't know whether he was keen to sign it, but...
Now time to show.
That's for us to teach him.
Yeah, now time to layer out to dry.
I got back from Gibraltar yesterday, and I have managed to organise with my old teacher to meet. Now, I have told her that we're meeting because I want to put together some clips of people who've helped me along the way for my stand-up show. She did. She was my first drama teacher.
And if you want to watch
nice.
me do some stand-up, head down to the London Palladium in November or the Edinburgh Fringe in August.
Oh, I left my car keys in the ignition.
While I rush back to
What
get
an
my keys,
idiot.
don't forget to click the link below and use the promo code MAXFOSH50
You don't
for a
need
whopping
to
50%
do
off
this 2
Dashlane
times.
Premium plan.
I'm not protecting myself there, but I am using Dashlane, which always gives me that extra layer of protection.
Hello. The reason I brought you here today is not the reason I told you.
At school, I was a very good boy.
Yes.
But you were the only teacher.
Calling her out.
Told me off, it got me in trouble. And it has haunted me for years. 1 minute before.
Yeah, before 9 o'clock. I do remember this.
Oh, she remembers.
I remember
Nice.
being properly stopped.
So what I've done.
Oh, God.
is I was really annoyed at it.
It's your block. It's your...
On my record.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, you shouldn't have punished.
Disrespect.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't have punished him. You know, he can play 1 minute before the game starts. You don't need to be such a stickler for rules.
So I thought, who can I get a pardon from? How about a head of state?
Obviously.
So yesterday,
Oh, no.
I flew to Gibraltar and managed to get the president of Gibraltar to give me an official pardon for playing footy at 8:59 p.m.
Nice.
And so from this day forward, I am totally pardoned for my wrongdoing at school due to the power invested in the president of Gibraltar.
Oh, you love this hilarious.
So
It's
that is
real.
yours. My work here is done.
I stand by my line giving.
well, according to the
Well, you can't stand by it anymore because the president of Gibraltar has pardoned him. So therefore, you cannot say that it was justified. He has been pardoned.
president of Gibraltar, that is incorrect.
You know what? Why did the video end so suddenly? Ah, whatever. Anyway, next video. When we were watching the first video, I kind of got a thought for this. I kind of want to look at like some tiny homes. Because I don't know about you, but I love tiny home tours. Like, these are probably some of my favorite things to watch. These are like probably some of my favorite things ever, just because it's like you take so much advantage of your space. So, let's see. What's a good... This is like 8 of them. Tiny homes in Texas. Why not? Let's see it. That music is obnoxious, though.
What's up, people? So today I'm out here in Rockwall, Texas. I'm going to be looking at some tiny houses. As most of you guys know, I'm going to start building a tiny house up in Oklahoma. So I wanted to come up here and get some ideas on some designs and layouts, how big these actually are, and some
Well,
price
actually,
and
now
get
that I don't know why I was thinking it was going to take a long time, but to be fair, it probably takes like 2 minutes to walk through the house because they're so small.
understanding of what I'm getting myself.
I mean, also, to be fair, like, if you're living on a bit of a budget and, you're just living, like, say, by yourself or with a spouse, and might as well.
Into, but so far I'm in this first one here. It looks pretty awesome. I'm gonna go ahead and flip you guys around and give you guys a closer look. All right, so as soon as we walk in,
okay, but can you show us the outside first?
here to the left, you have a nice open concept kitchen. Looks like full-size appliances in here.
Pretty good.
You got a flat top cooker.
I mean, I do like how they... Oh, but it's induction stove.
Whirlpool microwave above it. Nice big refrigerator over here as well.
I mean, I do...
To the left, you have a sink in the corner, which I kind of like that with the windows.
I do appreciate with this house is that it looks very... Another thing I love about these homes is that they look so cozy. Like, I don't know if I would ever live in a house this big, but, like, honestly, I don't think I would mind living in a house like this because it just looks so nice. Like, they even managed to fit an island in here.
There. All nice wood cabinets, tongue and groove walls. It does have a dormer up top.
I like the nice
Plenty
ceiling.
of lighting in this thing. It's pretty awesome.
I do like the ceilings. I should also turn on these captions.
Then over here, just to the right of the refrigerator, looks like a washer dryer hookup. Just have to have a little stackable washer and dryer.
Yeah, I mean, they should. I wish they installed it.
In here.
But I mean, it's pretty efficient. I mean, I guess. Oh yeah, that's what you could do. I mean, if you also needed to fold your laundry, like you could just fold it on the island.
There's a nice little island here in the middle as well. Be able to cook and do all sorts of stuff in here. It's got the corrugated metal on the sides.
That's a little. I don't know what the point of that is, but I do appreciate how much cabinet space there is here.
Small little living room area, little sectional.
Nice. Actually looks quite spacious here too. Pretty good.
It's got a...
I mean, hey, like, I don't know how big the rest of this house is, but I mean, like, let's say, you might even be able to live in here with, like, your first kid or something.
Little mini split on the corner over there.
That's a nice thing.
And then got windows up top, which allows a lot of light in here. I like this tongue and groove. It's got a little bit of different colors to it.
It does feel a bit vacation-y with these
It does
walls.
go up, I'd say maybe 10 feet or so at the top.
How much are you asking for this?
Small little fan. And then right above the front door, there's a cool looking window that leads out to the front porch.
Fans.
And then a nice little door here with a little star on the front.
I mean, mandatory because it
So
is
you
in
can probably hang your
Texas.
TV right there underneath the
Of course.
mini split. And then it's got
The AC unit's kind of interfering though.
this cool looking floor in here. So that's the kitchen and living room. We're gonna go ahead and go to the bathroom over here, which I'm already digging it. I like the glass doors in here. It's got a stand-up shower.
Nice. Well,
Little window
I mean,
up top.
to be fair, a lot of these houses is like the shower is kind of the most you can get just because you're limited in space. A bath takes up too much room.
Hopefully the lighting's good in here. It's got these little glass sliding doors. Looks like some kind of tile that kind of looks like wood.
Is it? Nice. I mean, it's pretty cool, however.
And if I back up,
I do appreciate how they're kind of... I mean, even though I'm not a fan of just like the wood paneling everywhere, I do appreciate how they like took the aspect of the house and just kind of continue to flow it throughout the whole house.
just a toilet. Says do not use, obviously.
Do not use? Well, then what's the point?
Small little window.
Because of that?
See if I can get some lights on this thing.
At least it's frosted.
Nope, that's not going to happen. But it does have
Maybe
a small
it's a
little
trailer
cabinet
home.
and sink area in this one. Then you come over to the left, look like it's got some pocket doors. Just slides right open and shuts.
That must be the bedroom. I wish there, but the thing is that I always wonder about these houses is like, where do they fit a desk? Because I'd want a desk in these houses, but I never really see any place that you could put one.
A small little bedroom. It's got double closets in here, as you can see. And then a little dresser that's built into the middle. I kind of like this little concept.
Pretty nice.
Small little fan. It's got some recessed lighting in here. The closets aren't huge, but there are two of them. Little sliding doors like that. I love the long windows in here. They're the length of the bedroom. And then they do have another mini
What's that though?
split here in the bedroom as well. But if I back up, you kind of get a better understanding. You got your bathroom over there to the right.
Yeah, I can kind of see the size. But can you show us the
And
outside
you walk out
though?
of your bedroom and you go right to the kitchen. It's nice and open in here, tall ceilings, which is pretty cool. So unfortunately, the paper does not have the size of these buildings. I would probably guess that this one is, I don't know, maybe 12 feet, maybe 16 feet wide. And I would guess maybe 30-something feet long. The price on it
pretty
is
small.
about $64,000. So
Okay, pretty good.
I'm trying to get a better understanding of how much things are going to cost me and the different layouts. But I'm really digging the way this kitchen looks over here behind me, with all the tall windows, all the full-size appliances and stuff. Comment down below and let me know what you guys think. I'll take you outside and show you the outside real quick.
Ah, here it
So
is.
here's the back side of the bed.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a trailer
It does
home.
have a metal roof. You got the dormer up top. Here are the windows for the living room area. And then
Okay, okay. It looks, the inside's good than that. It looks like a trailer home on the outside.
nice little front porch back here.
I was kind of thinking it was like, because a lot of these tiny homes that I looked at, they're kind of like, they are literally like built into the ground and have like a foundation and everything. And we're not like necessarily this, You know, we're not necessarily like a trailer home.
It's got recessed lighting and a fan and stuff in it as well. All right, now we're in tiny house
now we're
number 2.
talking.
This one's more of a modern look. It's got nice cabinets in here. I like the tile work that's behind the sink over here. Nice big window.
Now that I look at these houses, does every house in Texas have that sink? Because it's like, it's installed in my parents' house, but I don't know if. Now that I think about it, like everyone's house I've been to in Texas kind of has that sink. Is that just a sink that everyone has in Texas? Like I haven't been to like everyone's house and stuff, but you can comment down below on YouTube if you have that.
Looks like all these have full-size appliances.
Oh yeah, I do
flat-top
appreciate the
cooker,
full-size
microwave,
appliances.
A full-size refrigerator, all Whirlpool. Nice cabinets above
Mandatory
it.
Whirlpool.
Little mini split up top. Up in any of these right now. They do have electric, they're just not plugged in.
Yeah, because I can tell these are all trailer homes.
But this over
Which
here
is a
would
little
be your
disappointing
living room
now.
area. Be able to fit a nice
Ooh, does this have a second story too? That's actually kind of sick.
little couch back there.
It's actually pretty cool because with a lot of these small homes, everything's kind of one floor. But when you have a second home and you manage to like fit stairs into it, it's actually pretty satisfying.
Maybe a TV over there on that wall right there. Then as we come back this way, we're going to enter into the little bathroom area. But before we get there, it looks like there's a little bit of storage, maybe pantry or
Nice.
just extra shelving here. Once again, this one has a pocket door as well that opens. The bathroom on this one's a little bit smaller. There's a
Kind of seems
long
like a
cabinet right
same.
here. It's kind of hard to film in here.
Kind of seems like the same outline as everything in these two houses, just like arranged a little differently and like colored
People, so bear with me.
differently.
I do like having a window in here just above the toilet. This one does have a little shower in here with a little seat, which would be good for something for me, being that
Yes, I do.
aesthetic leg.
I mean, I do like a seat in a shower regardless, because that's pretty cool.
Got some recessed lighting and a vent up top. And then in here in the shower, it looks like the ceiling goes up just a little bit more. It's definitely not as fancy as the last one, but it's still cool looking. All right, so we're gonna come out of the
as long
bathroom
as
and
it's
take a right.
practical.
And this is gonna be the bedroom. You have a little washer dryer hookup back here in the closet area. And then a decent size, I know it's very, very dark.
Yeah,
people,
I can't
but
see it.
That's a decent size closet, walk-in closet, which is pretty much the length of this bedroom over here.
Nice. Managed to fit a whole ass closet in there.
If I get back here, you can kind of see the size of it. Does have a nice big window and a mini split in here, so I'm pretty sure a mini split that size in this room, you'd freeze yourself out or burn yourself.
I mean, freeze yourself out in a room like this, kind of necessary in Texas.
Out. And then a nice little door over here. I'd say this room is probably about 6.5 feet tall, so it's not very tall because there is a loft above this, which we're gonna go check it out. But here's just another view of the kitchen and the living room area.
And you got stairs too.
Now we do have a staircase here. I'm gonna back up so you can see from back here. And then this one has a really good size loft up top, which covers the top of the
you gotta show us that. That looks really nice. That's huge.
Bathroom over there and the bedroom. So I'm gonna go ahead and go up the stairs and we'll check it out. So this railing is pretty cool. It looks like it's made out of rebar. Give it that modern look.
But
it's a pretty decent sized area up here. Got recessed lighting.
Yeah, that's big.
Windows on both sides. To give you an idea, it's probably about 3.5 feet tall in here at the peak.
Oof.
But nice carpet in here.
But I mean, I appreciate it.
Put a bed or something, and
I mean, I guess up here is pretty good if you want to for like storage and stuff.
Maybe even have like the kids sleep up here. Have a couple of beds.
Yeah, fair enough.
Pretty nice.
Having kids, if you have kids and you live up here, this is pretty good. They would love it. Like as a kid, I would love to have a space like this. That would be pretty nice.
Nice size loft. And then here's the view from the top of the staircase. You can see the kitchen. And then the living room area over here. All right, guys, so the price on this one is $61,750. So
A little specific.
this is what you'd be getting for that. It's a nice little house. I'm gonna take you outside and we'll show you the outside of it. So here's the side of this one. Not much to it. I wish I could film more outside, but it's starting to rain and very windy today, so most of the video will be inside. But it does have a nice sized porch on it as well. It's got the rebar that comes out. Not bad.
Okay, now
people. So here's the next tiny house. I like this one because it's got a little bit of privacy on the front porch.
Okay, now I notice a lot of these ones are like trailer homes, and that's, I mean, we're nice to what we saw, but this isn't really what we're looking for. We're looking for like actual small houses, like houses that have foundations. So let's see. So let's look at this video. What have you got?
Main advantages of building a tiny house is you really get to focus on the quality of everything that goes into it.
Indeed.
And this next place we're about to visit is a fantastic example of a home which is beautiful, modern, and filled with things that you just have to love.
Pretty good backyard.
G'day Johnny, how's it going, mate?
Nice to meet you, Bryce. How's things?
Very well, thank you, and I am really excited to check out your home here.
Yeah, I look forward to showing you through it. It's pretty cool.
And you live here together with your son, don't you?
Yeah,
Nice.
the two of us are here, so he's here with me sort of
It's
about
lived
9
in.
days a fortnight, so a good chunk of the time, and it's the two of us. It's a special little place for us.
Certainly is. And you've got the pup here as well?
Yeah, so the dog's here. He's part of the family as well. He's been with me for 11 years, so certainly a big part of the family.
Definitely. So how did you come to be living in a tiny house?
I guess the reality is it was a financial decision ultimately. You know, the housing market
I mean,
was
that's
just kind
kinda
of insane.
how you would.
Even with the 20% deposit, you know, looking at buying something that's going to be cold and dark and damp and a not so nice part of town versus being in a brand new, modern, beautiful, tiny house in a stunning part of the world.
And it certainly is a stunning part of the world as well. You found a great parking spot for the house.
Yeah, very lucky. Probably got into it just before the rush of everybody else trying to find land. And I just put a post on the local Facebook page wondering if anyone would be sort of interested in having a tiny house or exploring the
How much did it cost you though? Why is it always for trailers?
idea of having a tiny house on the land, and fortunately the landlords of this place were open to the option.
You've even got your own access way here.
Yeah, again, they kindly put that in for us, and just gives us our own little bit of privacy and then their privacy as well.
And it is a great looking tiny house. What size is it?
So we've gone for 8.2 long by 3 wide by 4.2 high.
Fantastic. And then you've got this additional unit here as well to add a bit more space.
Yeah, the pod was a nice addition just to give us a little bit more space to get out from under each other's feet. You've got the main TV in there.
Yeah, you can have your son, you know, like play Fortnite in there or something. If you want to, you know, just kind of work.
Guitars and the music and the Lego and the PlayStation, all those sort of things, just to really get our way and have our own little space.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Well,
excellent. So you do a bit of music, do you?
Try to play a little bit, yeah, not as much as I'd like to these days, but certainly enjoy getting on the guitar when I can, yeah.
And what a good idea having all that stuff in a separate unit as well, because it gives you that space where you can go, be creative, or just relax and watch TV, and then have a little bit of separation from the main house.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, they're not giant spaces, and you know, with a little person running around, sometimes we just need our own space, and I can kick him out here, or he can stay in here, and I can go out there. And again, just that nice place to get away and have a little bit of a break from what's going on here. Living with Jack, it's fantastic. You know, we love being in the place together. Obviously, because it's a small space, we're together a lot. You know, we'll work in the kitchen together, or we'll watch a movie together.
Switch is mandatory.
And we get on really well in here, and it's just a really nice time to be with him.
And I see you're doing a bit of gardening here as well?
Yeah, trying to get my green fingers. I wouldn't say they're particularly green at the moment, but we've
built it's kind of just a bunch of bricks right now.
Veggie patch there just to get things underway. And again, a little project for my son to plant things and water them and keep them going, and we'll see what comes of it.
Excellent. And shipping container here as well?
Yeah, I'm not a minimalist by nature, so I had a lot of stuff coming from other houses, and you know, there's things like bikes and tools and chainsaws and skis and all those sorts of things that just to have that space, that container to store all those things away.
Yeah, you could just kind of throw them in there. It's like your attic.
Huge, huge benefit.
Yeah, and I'm 100% with you on that. I think the hardest part of living in a tiny house, if you didn't have a shed or some place to put all your tools and all of that, then it could quickly become a nightmare, eh?
Absolutely.
And can you talk to me about the design of the house?
Yeah, sort of did my research and had a look on all the different ones that are going around out there. And obviously the shadow clad that we've got here is just a slightly cheaper option, to be fair, than something like the cedar finishing. I just quite like the idea of having that wood with the touches of black, and then we've got the board and batten on the ends just to break it up a bit.
It don't look bad.
And then, obviously the colour steel roof. So
Not my
again, it was just
aesthetic,
sort of a
but
nice mix for me that seems to work
yeah.
quite well.
And you've got a cool deck area here as well, creating a nice outdoor space and a bit of a join between the house and the pod.
Yeah, so again, it gives that a little bit more living space, particularly in summer. And as you said, that connection between the two pods. But you know, the deck's really cool. This is all made out of pallets. And then we've got fence pilings on top. And if you wanted to, you could essentially unscrew it all, put it on the back of a trailer and take it away.
And a very cool fire there as well.
Yeah, so this is a nice little outdoor feature that we've got here, just to really bring some light and warmth to the deck in those cooler evenings. And that for me was something I got in memory of my mum, who passed away about a year ago. For me, this represents her in warmth and light and comfort and stylish and all the things that mum was. So yeah, it's cool.
Nice
What
and cozy.
a beautiful memento. And power and water here, are you connected to services?
Yep, we are, yeah. So we run power out of one of the landlord's sheds at the back here that we've connected through, and the same with the water.
Just this one cord.
And then the grey water's all taken care of through the filtration system on its way out.
Excellent, all nice and simple. Well, the house looks fantastic from the outside, and I cannot wait to see what you've done on the inside. Can we check it out?
Let's go have a look inside.
Great, after you.
Ooh, pretty nice and modern.
This is so cool. The house really has a very modern edge to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, we've tried to keep it nice and really clean and fresh with that. And, you know, the blacks, the whites, and the natural wood. And the glass balustrade just really helps give a sense of size of when you walk into the house.
It certainly does. Nice seating area here
It's
as well.
I kind of like how you try to make it look like one of those. It kind of looks like one of those modern houses, but you know, you just like one of those like really expensive houses that we like to look at and poke fun at. But you just shrunk it. Once you shrink it, it just does kind of feel a lot more home-like.
Yeah, just some nice, comfortable couch seating there under the balustrade. To sort of tuck away and read a book, or you can watch the TV, or see what's going on in the kitchen.
I love it.
To sort of tuck away and read a book.
What a great book. The Greatness of Dads. That's how you know he's a father.
You can watch the TV or see what's going on in the kitchen behind us.
Bit of open storage in the stairs there too?
Yep, again, you know, all that space that we've got under there, really try to utilise that. So we've got the space under the steps, and then also there's a nice big cupboard under the stairs at the top there, which is, you know, jackets and vacuum cleaners and brushes and all those bits and pieces.
I mean,
it's great to have
a bit of
that.
a strange place, but you know, you gotta take advantage of every square inch you can get.
Storage. In fact, there's actually, you know, more storage than I sort of envisioned and actually need in here, which is fantastic.
Yeah, very important. And then the kitchen. Wow, this thing is huge.
Yeah, it is a pretty nice kitchen. It's huge. You got this thing's huge. This is like what you find in like a full-size house. Nice.
Yeah, look, it was certainly a key part of the build for me was to have a really decent sized kitchen space. You know, I enjoy being in the kitchen, so to have a space that I can, you know, use really well. It's got all the amenities of a full-size kitchen, obviously. I mean, it is a full-size kitchen. It's probably bigger than most of the kitchens I've had in other houses, to be fair. So that's fantastic.
Having the dual fridge freezer there as well is a bit of a luxury.
Yeah, it was originally white, but they've now been painted black, and just to fit in with the rest of the field, and creates a lot more storage for all those sorts of bits and pieces rather than having a tiny bit of freezer space.
And of course, all the necessary appliances in here.
Everything you need is in here. Just draw. Obviously 4 burner gas hobs, and then the really nice
you got the gas stove.
combi oven. So it's an oven first and foremost, but it's also a microwave and a steamer. So sort of cuts down on that space in terms of trying to have all of those things. It's an all-in-one.
Nice to have a breakfast bar here as well.
Yeah, great space to be able to just sit down and have the meals here together, and you know, comfortably, plenty of room. So not having to fold out a table, it's already just there, good to go. And again, we can sit here and either have breakfast or dinner, or you know, do whatever we do, and we can watch the TV if we want to while we're there, and just nice to be able to sit together and enjoy meals. And great space for me just to park up with a laptop, and you know, when I'm working from home, I can sort of use it as essentially my office space.
Fair enough.
Yeah, fantastic. What do you do?
So I contract a couple of things.
Yeah, you can, you know, just kind of throw your kid in the other shed and play some Fortnite or whatever.
Sort of a marketing business that does some different bits and pieces and helping clients activate their sponsorship. COVID put a bit of a killer on that in the events world. So
Yeah.
fortunately, I'm also a first aid instructor and a driving instructor. So
nice diversity there.
yeah, I said it's nice to have different things to keep you busy, and it's good.
Great having the television on a swivel as well, so you can sort of move it between the spaces of the house.
Yeah, again, I can be watching while I'm cooking.
Yeah, be a bit narcissistic and watch photos, and watch some photos of your dynamic photos of your own home, so you don't forget where you live.
Or my son can be sitting on the chair and watch it, and we can swing it around. It just adds a bit more function to the room and how we can use it.
Very nice tiling work in the kitchen as well.
Yeah, the tiler wasn't impressed when I bought these tiles because they're not easy to match up, but he's done an amazing job putting those in, and it just adds a real nice bit of pop to the room.
It certainly does. Nice window placement as well, really connecting the kitchen to the outside.
Yeah, trying to get that bit of flow, and the window's all open right up so we can pass things back and forth if we need to, but again, it just creates obviously a great amount of natural light in the room, but can really open the flow to the house and connecting out onto the deck and things.
And then I'm guessing behind that door there we must have your bathroom.
Yep, through the set of doors.
Let's see how big it is.
Great, let's check it out.
By all means, let's go.
Oh wow!
Oh, it's
Again,
actually
this
pretty
is
big.
a really spacious bathroom.
Yeah, I think one of the things for me is I didn't want to compromise on small spaces and certainly having in here, a full-size shower, lovely vanity behind us, the toilet, and then obviously the washroom space here and plenty of storage. It's a really nice space to be in.
Yeah, absolutely everything you need. Especially nice that you were able to fit laundry facilities in here as well.
Yeah, and it keeps it all together, and that slots in nicely under there. We've got plenty of storage for all the towels and sheets and things, and really key they've got that bench top space as well, which is really useful.
And it's really nice how you've got such a big window there as well. It lets a lot of light into the room.
Yeah, it lets a lot of light in. It also acts as a fire escape, another exit point out of the house if we need it.
Fantastic. And you've got the incinerating toilet in here as well. How are you finding that?
Yeah, look.
Incinerating toilet. Interesting. Anyway, before we continue with this video, I actually gotta go and fetch my laundry and close the blinds, and I shall be right back. Shouldn't take long. Alright, I am back.
It's fantastic. It's so easy to use.
So, let's continue with this video. As you can see, we do have the incinerating toilet. I would have preferred it to be hooked up to the rest of everything, but you know what? It's whatever. Kind of have to live with it.
Low maintenance, works really, really well. Really happy with it.
It's a really good option for people who aren't so keen on having a composting toilet, but also sort of don't necessarily want to have to plug into a full septic system.
Yeah, I think
I'd rather have
the
a
word
septic
composting
system.
toilet can sometimes be quite sort of intimidating for people on what that requires and what it means. But the incinerating toilet really just so easy to use, so low maintenance. You know, obviously pretty eco-friendly. The burns can go back onto the compost and be reused. So, you know, a really efficient and effective process.
Very good. Well, should we check out the upstairs?
Let's go have a look.
Alrighty.
How's upstairs? Which I didn't
So
notice, which
upstairs
is
we've got
actually
two
pretty
rooms.
good.
My son's room up here on the left.
Oh, this
Pretty nice size.
is such a nice space. And gee, he's got some fantastic views from up here.
Yeah, he's got some pretty special views out that window. Probably the pick of the views of the house, to be fair. Not quite sure he appreciates it yet, but I'm sure he will in time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
he will.
what a great room for him as well. I really like how he can move right the way around the bed, and then there's room for some clothes storage and toys.
Yeah, again, plenty
Can
of
he
room up
stand
here
up
for him
in
to
it?
either chill out on his bed or, you know, some floor space for him to, you know, Lego or whatever it might be. So just a really nice space for him to have his own little area.
And how is he finding life in the tiny
Nice.
house?
Playing at Apex Legends, I see.
He loves the tiny house. He loves the feel of it. Again, we've got that outdoor lifestyle and hedges and trees and things, and then he's got his own special little room. Yeah, he really enjoys it.
And it's nice having the walkway connecting the two loft spaces as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, rather than having two sets of stairs or stairs and a ladders,
be
we've got this lovely
efficient.
walkway that connects the two rooms and sort of keeps them nice and sort of connected as an upstairs area.
And you can stand up on this platform as well, can't you?
Yeah, for me it's tall enough. So yeah, for you 6-foot giants, it's not quite big enough. But for me,
Aw,
it's
man.
plenty of room for me to get under
I
here
can't
and
use
to
that.
duck.
And then your sleeping loft is through there.
Yeah, I got the bigger room through there.
All
I
right,
gotta
let's check
get
it
the
out.
private one.
Again, this is a really nice space.
Yeah, nice, decent sized bedroom, full king size bed, and plenty of storage space for everything, and just a really nice sleeping space.
Nice having the windows up here as well.
Yeah, and obviously it lets in all that natural light. You know, we've got these amazing views out through the paddocks, and I purposely haven't put the curtains in because I don't want to obscure those views. So, you know, don't need it.
Yeah,
Plenty of
put
room for all your clothes up
curtains,
here.
Yep, so we've got the storage space and the drawers and things, and then we've got the racks for shirts and things, and again, plenty of space for all I need.
And this is a really nice unit as well. I like this.
These were
Gorgeous timber.
Yeah, well, I think they're actually
It looks a little used, not gonna lie.
recycled canoes from somewhere like Indonesia. So they were old canoes, and they get chopped up and turned into these. So they're actually A, quite heavy, and B, pretty cool.
Very cool. And the dog's definitely found his spot up here, hasn't he?
Yeah, somehow he managed to think the bed is his.
Yeah,
and spends
well,
far too much
whatever.
time up here.
He looks very comfortable.
He is. Yeah, he loves it up here.
And again, it's really nice
Well,
that
it's
you've got this
private,
area
so
to
I
stand
can't blame
up
it.
in as well for getting changed and all of that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Just for me to be able to have somewhere where I can actually stand up fully as opposed to always being on my knees, and as you said, to be able to get dressed, to get changed in here is great. Just that little bit of space. Love it.
So how long have you been living in the house now?
So I've been here just over 6 months now.
Great. And how are you finding tiny house life?
Well, look, I love it. I love the space. I love where we are in terms of our location, and obviously having such a beautiful modern space to be in is fantastic. Living in the tiny house, I guess, has taught me what I don't need, and that ability to really cut back on some of the things I had and still live, you know, an incredible life and be able to sort of experience and do all of those things that I want to do without having all the clutter, and to be able to have something that is mine and something that I like and I enjoy and I love, you know, what I've built versus moving into something that perhaps was, you know, not really my flavour. And to have somewhere that, you know, my son, as I said, can have some outdoor space, and I grew up in the country, so to be able to give him a little taste of that's been pretty cool.
Now you've got quite a lot going on here between the beautiful
quite
tiny
nice.
house, the pod extension, and the deck area. Can we talk about the cost that was involved in building this?
Yeah, how much was it?
All up for this main unit, pod, and even the deck as well, it was just a click over 200,000. So pretty lucky that we could get it.
Yeah.
We did for that.
Yeah,
A little
that is a
pricey.
great result.
But I guess that's what you
Such a
get for
beautiful
building it
home.
yourself.
Yeah, pretty happy with the result.
So now that you're all
But
set up here
not
in the tiny
bad.
house, what does the future hold for you now?
Good design.
Look, I think it's just, again, continuing to adjust to it. You know, the veggie garden, doing a bit more outside and enjoying that sort of space, and just really embracing what we've got here and being so close to this you know, beautiful space, bit of land we're on.
Well, Johnny, this really is such a beautiful tiny house. You have really created an amazing spot for you and your son. Thank you so much for sharing it with me.
Very welcome. It's been great.
My pleasure. What Johnny has created here really is just incredibly special. This is such a beautiful house. It is warm, it's modern, it's filled with such quality fittings. He really has created a magical space here for him and his son.
That was a pretty good video. See, well, I mean, we might do we're probably not going to do any more tonight, but if you want to see him next month, and show them to any guests that I may have, just let me know, because I would be down to watch some more of these. That was the wrong... No. Anyway, as I was saying, so yeah, like, if you want to see more of these type of videos, have me watch more of these videos, like more tiny homes, just let me know, because I do really enjoy tiny homes. I find them quite relaxing and quite soothing to watch towards of them, because it's really satisfying, honestly. But anyway, now we're gonna do something that's not exactly as relaxing. This video looked interesting, and when was it released?
Just
March 30th. Okay. Like, I've never really watched a Lamina video, so I never really know what they're like, but I guess we'll see what they are. So you should be pretty interesting.
let me know.
This one just interested me, just based on it. Because I was like, why not? Let's watch this one.
In the spring of 1806, two German astronomers were independently observing Venus when they noticed something odd.
Aliens.
The hemisphere facing away from the sun did not perfectly blend with the blackness of space. Instead, it had a faint glow with a grayish-red or ashen gray
Are these actual
appearance.
pictures?
This ashen light resembled a phenomenon known as earth shine. It's when sunlight reflected by the earth faintly illuminates the night side of the moon. It seemed reasonable, therefore, to ascribe the ashen light to a similar cause, namely that sunlight reflected by a Venusian moon was faintly illuminating the night side of Venus. Only one slight problem: Venus doesn't have a moon.
It has to be aliens.
This meant the ashen light resembled earth shine in appearance only because there was nothing in proximity of Venus to reflect any sunlight. In the words of famed astronomer William Herschel, those regions that are turned from the sun cannot possibly shine by a borrowed light.
It can only be one thing. Aliens!
A few decades later, another German astronomer, Franz von Grotthausen, proposed a rather creative solution to this mystery. The ashen light was the result of sweeping wildfires on the surface of Venus, deliberately
Wildfires?
ignited by its inhabitants.
Ah, see, he believes in aliens.
As absurd as that sounds, there were tantalizing similarities between Venus and Earth. The two planets were of similar size, and much like the Earth, Venus had an atmosphere.
Yeah, but
a
Venus is
densely
basically
cloud-laden atmosphere,
anti-Earth.
which gave astronomers and science fiction authors alike free rein to speculate about what could lie beneath. A barren desert, a planet-wide ocean, a tropical rainforest. Anything was possible. It was in this context that Grotthausen made his proposal in 1836. He believed that Venus was inhabited by a humanoid species who would periodically light fires on the surface, the purpose of which was either to clear land, to commemorate...
Well, yeah, but you don't need to say it so, like, authoritatively.
...commemorate a religious occasion, or to celebrate the coronation of a new Venusian emperor. Grotthausen did perhaps get a bit carried away, but he was far from the first to suggest that Venus was inhabited. Titans of astronomy like Christian Huygens and William Herschel envisioned all the planets, including Venus, to be teeming with life. And it took a long time for this romanticized image to fade.
Like how long?
In 1916, this illustration appeared in American newspapers with a caption, "A remarkable drawing by Mr. Winsor McKay, illustrating the conditions on Venus as astronomical science now believes them to exist."
So basically
Even well
just
into the
every
space
human's
age, we still find echoes of this Earth-like perception. In 1967, a Soviet spacecraft plunged into the clouds of Venus to attempt a landing on its surface.
Oh, that's
While the probe did not survive the
unwise.
descent, it was actually designed to float in case of a water landing.
Which they did not find.
History is ripe with stories much like this one. largely forgotten stories that once upon a time promised to end our cosmic solitude, bygone visions of life asunder, long since quelled by newfound wonder. Venusian fire festivals were not the cause of the ashen light, but observations continued to be made. By the end of the 19th century, some 24 observations had been recorded. But some astronomers would dedicate years to the study of Venus without ever catching a glimpse of its elusive glow.
Have they ever discovered
Instead,
it?
they would often be greeted by these vague streaks and patches. They covered large portions of the planet and appear to be features on the surface, lurking beneath the clouds. At least that was the opinion of American astronomer Percival Lowell. Far from the diffused shadings reported by his peers, Lowell could discern a distinctive network of branching spokes. It is as if a bright veil of some sort were drawn over the whole disk. These spokes of Venus bore a striking resemblance to markings observed on both
could
Mercury
aliens live on Mercury too?
And Mars.
And Mars.
The features on Mars were especially distinct
Well, it has
and
to be
remarkably
aliens too.
linear.
It looks like a city.
Lowell had been somewhat unimpressed by the spokes on Venus, but he became nothing short of obsessed with lineae on Mars.
But we're all
There are
lying.
celestial sights more dazzling, spectacles that inspire more awe, but to the thoughtful observer who is privileged to see them well, there is nothing in the sky so profoundly impressive as these canals of Mars. Owing to their striking linearity, Lowell could reach but one conclusion. The Martian canals must be the workings of an intelligence.
See?
He carefully laid out his arguments in 3 lengthy books filled with these intricate maps and illustrations. The Martian canals represented a vast irrigation network designed to carry melted ice water from the poles down to the equator. While many were understandably skeptical, the idea that Mars could be inhabited was an extremely compelling one.
And it will be
perhaps
inhabited
even
by
more so than
Elon
Venus.
Musk.
Legendary science fiction author H.G. Wells famously wrote The War of the Worlds, a fictional story about the Martian invasion of Earth, first published in 1897. But a decade later, Wells published a speculative non-fiction article titled The Things That Live on Mars. Inspired by Lowell's fanciful interpretations, Wells goes on to envision the habitat, society,
Damn,
and appearance
if only
of
Mars really
real
looked like
Martians.
this. Except for, well, if only Mars really did exist, because this looks kind of insane.
To Wells and many others, the existence of Martians was not just possible, it was probable. Indeed, to some, it had already attained a veneer of truth. In 1891, the French Academy of Sciences was bequeathed a sum of 100,000 francs by a wealthy Parisian widow. The money was to be awarded to the first person who found the means of communicating with another planet, with the notable exception of Mars, implying that communicating with Martians would have been far too simple of a challenge.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go
The
there
reality of
and
the
talk to
Martian
him
canals
yourself.
was difficult to ascertain as they resided at the very limits of perception. Telescopes were never quite good enough to conclusively prove nor disprove their existence. A book commissioned by NASA as late as 1965 stated that although there is no unanimous opinion concerning the existence of the canals,
1965?
most astronomers would probably agree that there are apparently linear markings on Mars. Indeed, maps of the Red Planet published by the US military that very same year featured sprawling networks of canals.
Then we launched a rocket.
The towering Atlas Agena rocket is the launch vehicle that hurtles the Mariner into the heavens.
And there are no canals from what we saw.
Scientific apparatus on the Mariner will try to measure the density of the planet's atmosphere, and a television camera will seek to make photographs of its surface, giving man his first close-up look at Mars.
The American spacecraft Mariner 4 transmitted the first close-up photographs of the Martian surface in the summer of 1965.
And there are
Despite
no
the complete
canals.
absence of any linear markings, scientists at NASA were unwilling to give up hope.
You're just like, no. The canals are somewhere else. The Mariner was just taking pictures in a different place, like the side we don't see.
nothing positive concerning the existence or lack of canals can be concluded on the basis of the Mariner 4 photographs. Hesitation and dwindling hopes aside, the Martian canals had come to an end.
The canals, the cities, the Martians are all gone.
They died.
Imaginative inventions, optical illusions.
As early as 1903, had an experiment found that groups of students seated a few meters away from an illustration like this one could discern fine, straight lines where none existed. The experiment demonstrated that non-linear markings viewed from a distance could evoke a linear appearance.
Ah, so that's why
this
they
sort
thought
of visual inference is even said to be apparent in certain photographs. I mean, look at this. Not only is there a clear correlation between this sketch and this photograph of Mars, but you can almost see these barely perceptible lines snaking across the plains.
It's like for roads.
The spokes on Venus, meanwhile, bear a curious resemblance to the inside of an eye. It appears that Lowell constrained the aperture of his telescope to such an extreme that the blood vessels inside his eye began to cast shadows, some of which might have fallen onto Lowell's retina, creating the illusion of labyrinthine markings on distant worlds. It is as if a bright veil of some sort were drawn over the whole disk. Whether it was optical illusions, indistinct shadings on the planets, turbulence in the atmosphere, technological limitations, or an untempered willingness to believe, these networks of lines were merely figments of the mind. There is something incredibly tragic about these old misconceptions. I mean, there was a time not so long ago when life beyond meant life right next door. There's still hope of finding less complex forms of life on a select few planets and moons, which is very exciting, but also a far cry from a tropical Venus or an Ecumenopolis on Mars.
Yeah, that's kind of
As our
boring.
knowledge of the universe continues to expand, so too must our search for cosmic neighbors. By the mid-20th century, the Asian light had been observed by not dozens, but hundreds of observers, many of whom were as experienced as they were adamant of the phenomenon's existence. Despite this preponderance of eyewitness accounts, the lack of any empirical evidence attracted a fair amount of skepticism. In fact, the doubts have plagued this phenomenon since the very beginning. Italian astronomer Giovanni Riccioli is often recognized as the person who discovered the Asian light. In early 1643, Riccioli witnessed a band of colors enveloping the disk of Venus. The night side was tinted greenish blue, enclosed by a semicircle of light. Riccioli ascribed the vivid colors to light being refracted inside his telescope, an effect known as chromatic aberration. In other words, Riccioli thought the faint glow on Venus was an optical illusion. Okay, so a quick aside, I managed to find an observation that to my knowledge has gone completely unnoticed and actually predates the one made by Riccioli. A German priest and scholar named Athanasius Kircher wrote in 1660 that he too had observed a band of colors on Venus. No date was given, but Kircher did provide a location, Palermo, Sicily. Based on historical records, Kircher paid his last and only visit to Palermo in the spring of 1638. So Kircher observed the Asian light 5 years before Riccioli and should thus be credited with its discovery.
Yeah,
okay, back to the video.
Yeah, he's not important.
Riccioli's doubts about the Asian light echoed through the centuries, and by the 1900s, it was not uncommon for sightings to be dismissed as a mere trick of the eye. Not only were observations infrequent and unpredictable, but they were often inconsistent. Brightness, color, and the extent to which the night side was illuminated could vary drastically between accounts. With no hard proof of its existence and a lack of concordance between those who had seen it, the Asian light appeared destined to join the ranks of myth and misconception.
So what was it then?
But in 1975, the Soviet spacecraft Venera 9 became the first to successfully orbit Venus. Diving into the shadow of this faded twin, it detected faint flashes of light emanating from the clouds below.
Giant thunderstorms.
Venus and Mars have historically been the two prime candidates for cosmic neighbors, but the other planets have not gone completely ignored. Scottish astronomer James Ferguson had few reservations about life in the solar system. When it came to Mercury, for instance, Ferguson thought that Mercurians simply possessed greater resilience to heat.
Yeah?
It is very likely that the people on Mercury have the same opinion of us
How does he know
as
they
we
live
have
there,
of the
though?
inhabitants of Jupiter and Saturn, namely that we must be
But you
intolerably
can't...
cold.
Yeah, but Jupiter and Saturn are just gas giants. You can't really stand anywhere on those planets.
And have very little light at so great a distance from the sun. Inspired by Ferguson's optimism, William Herschel took it a step further. In 1795, Herschel confidently announced that the inside of the sun was home to an alien civilization. This might seem incredibly bizarre, but at the time it was not uncommon to view the sun as an enormous planet encased by a luminous atmosphere. Herschel expanded upon that idea by regarding sunspots as openings in this flaming shell that momentarily exposed the true surface underneath. This concealed surface was richly stored with inhabitants who were shielded against the immense heat by intermediate layers of clouds. We have great reason to look upon the sun as a most magnificent habitable globe.
Well, it's probably
Apart
really
from
big
the
in there.
planets and the sun, another bygone candidate for intelligent life is the moon. Using stunning contraptions of tubes, wires, and lenses,
yeah, it just looked really
pioneering
janky.
selenographer Johannes Hevelius produced some of the earliest detailed maps of the lunar surface. Whereas you and I see a barren landscape devoid of life, Hevelius espied upon the moon a near-perfect copy of Earth. Mountains and valleys, rivers and lakes, swamplands and woodlands, islands and capes. This vivid interpretation can be traced to an ancient belief that bright and dark patches delineate continents from oceans.
I mean, we
in fact,
call
this
them
fallacy is
oceans.
still reflected in the nomenclature.
Yeah, we shouldn't call them oceans.
We use today. Dark plains on the moon all have aquatic names, such as the Ocean of Storms, the Lake of Dreams, and the Sea of Tranquility.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Though water never filled these gloomy basins, it's not entirely inaccurate to call them ancient seabeds, for they are the volcanic scars left behind by vast oceans of molten rock, making the Lake of Death an especially apt name. While Hevelius never observed any creatures on the moon, its subjective resemblance to the Earth convinced him that Lunarians must exist, a conviction still being upheld more than a century later by who else if not William Herschel.
William Herschel, man, this guy really seems to be like the first guy who's like, yes, aliens exist. They have to.
Hope and am convinced that sometime or other very evident signs of life will be discovered on the moon. It didn't take long for these very evident signs to make themselves apparent. I am almost convinced that those numberless small circuses we see on the moon are the works of the Lunarians and may be called their towns. Herschel nearly convinced himself that the cratered landscape of the moon had been engineered by its inhabitants. Craters or circuses were not the remnants of violent impact events, but skillfully constructed towns and cities. While Herschel obsessed over circular dwellings, astronomers like Franz von Gröthuysen espied habitats of all shapes and sizes. This star-like structure appears to be a kind of temple, and because of its star shape, perhaps it is dedicated in service to the stars.
Man, it's just like watching these videos, it's just like, it seems like people were like really, really presumptuous and like they just saw something and just are like, yeah, they like know everything about it, which is honestly quite insane.
Circle in the south, the two highest mountains in the north, and the two hills in the southwest are natural objects, but it is highly probable that these embankments serve as the dwellings of sentient beings on the moon.
But did it actually look like that?
In reality, Gröthuysen mistook some oddly shaped terrain for intelligent design.
Well, you can still kind of see it. See, you can kind of see the circle here, and you can see these ribs like right here. This star, well, the star doesn't really exist, but I mean, like this part right here is you can kind of see it here. So you know what? Life is on the moon. But why haven't this discovery gotten out?
The increasingly speculative nature of these extraordinary claims culminated in a truly incredible sighting by John Herschel, the son of William Herschel. Whilst gazing upon a rock formation on the moon, we were thrilled with astonishment to perceive 4 successive flocks of large winged creatures. They were like human beings.
Just sounds like
their wings possessed great expansion
theorist.
and were similar in structure to those of the bat. The moon was evidently home to a species of walking and flying man-bats. This was a truly profound, if not bemusing, discovery, not just for the world, but also for John Herschel, because upon being inquired about this remarkable find, John responded with confusion. He had no knowledge of any man-bats on the moon.
Yeah, I think you must have been high.
The story had been fabricated by an American journalist named Richard Locke. Locke had sought to lampoon the often frivolous debate about life in other worlds, perpetuated by the likes of William Herschel and Franz von Groters.
Yeah, we don't need these
Instead,
fools.
the great moon hoax of 1835 convinced thousands around the world that the moon was inhabited by bat-like humanoids, unicorned bison, bipedal beavers, as well as, well, storks and goats.
Yeah, those are kind of boring.
There's also this image of a man-bat besat the flat upon the back of a fellow man-bat televacked by a pack of man-bats.
Why does this guy seem like he's just sniffing this other guy's ass?
As to why this guy is copping a whiff, history has declined to answer.
Aw, come on, man. There must be a reason man-bats sniff each other's assholes.
As time went on and telescopes improved, it became increasingly difficult to argue in favor of the moon's habitability. With no apparent atmosphere, this dry and barren wasteland seemed an improbable abode for life as we know it. But by the mid-19th century, the life debate had been resurrected by a new hypothesis about the shape of the moon. The argument was that gravitational forces had stretched the moon into the shape of an egg.
I mean, you don't see
This
the rest
uneven
of it.
distribution of mass meant that any atmosphere or fluids would have coalesced on whichever side was closer to the center of gravity. If that happened to be the far side of the moon, an argument could be made for its habitability. As one author put it, though the near hemisphere is a lifeless desert, having neither water nor air to sustain life, the hidden hemisphere may have a teeming population. Among the proponents of this radical hypothesis was none other than John Herschel.
Yes.
An egg shape would fully account for the total absence both of air and of water on the side of the moon turned towards us, and would be quite compatible with the abundant existence of both and of a habitable hemisphere on the opposite side. Had history played out differently, perhaps we'd be dealing with egg mooners instead of flat earthers at this
That
point.
would be
No, but
better.
that's lunacy, okay. While skeptics made quick work of the egg-shaped moon hypothesis, far-side inhabitants could not be so easily dismissed. After all, the far side of the moon is unseeable from Earth, and thus ripe for speculation.
There could be anything back there.
So then I subjected them to a spectrographic analysis. It's dust. A great amount of radioactive dust.
Larry, what you're saying is that somehow, for some reason, the moon has been encircled by a ring of highly radioactive dust?
It just is dust.
Something's going on the other side of the moon, the invisible side. Something that we ought to know about.
By placing aliens on the far side of the moon, early science fiction authors were able to skirt a line of plausibility. If aliens wanted to conceal their presence and perhaps observe humanity from a distance, this cosmic blind spot
Well, then
was
how
the
are they
perfect
gonna
hiding
see
place.
them?
At least that was the opinion of famed American astronomer Carl Sagan.
Wait, he believed the aliens existed on the moon too? I'm learning a lot of things today.
It is not out of the question that artifacts or even some kind of base is maintained within the solar system. Because of weathering and the possibility of detection, it might have appeared preferable not to erect such a base on Earth. The moon seems one reasonable alternative site for a base. Humanity got its first glimpse of the far side of the moon in late 1959, when the Soviet spacecraft Luna 3 relayed these images back to mission
And
control.
there's nothing.
Subsequent missions improved upon the quality, but alas, reveal nothing but more moon. But this idea of concealment lingers to this day. Many are still holding out hope that somewhere in the solar system, the ruins or technology of some unknown intelligence lie waiting to be found. In 1988, the Soviet Union launched a probe known as Phobos 2. As the name implies, part of its mission was to investigate the Martian moon, Phobos. The probe arrived at Phobos without any major complications, and in late March of 1989 began preparations to plant 2 instruments onto its surface. But then, contact with Phobos 2 was lost. In the weeks and months that followed, rumors began to circulate. Puzzling features and shadows were said to be visible on some of the final images transmitted by Phobos 2, the nature and origin of which supposedly defied explanation. Through various articles, conferences, and television programs, these images were gradually unveiled to the public. They appear to depict an unidentified craft in orbit around Mars. It was said to be an alien spaceship that had attacked and disabled Phobos 2. Not only that, but it cast an enormous elliptical shadow
I think that may be the so-called Omeamea.
Но эта тень появилась действительно неожиданно, и что это такое, мы сразу не поняли. И, наверное, не очень хорошо обратили на это внимание, потому что дальше она опять, увидите, продолжается в виде полосы такой.
То есть это не предмет, висящий над поверхностью, а это, видимо, тень все-таки на поверхности планеты?
Наверное. Потому что, то есть это не полностью перекрывает, так сказать, сигнал от поверхности Марса.
Это похоже на ракету, взлетающую из поверхности Марса, и после которой еще остается инверсионный след. Как вы к этому относитесь?
Но если дать волю фантазии, то, конечно, можно найти и такие объяснения. Но мы склонны видеть совершенно реальные, хотя, может быть, еще до конца не объясненные обстоятельства, которые породили вот такой вот след. Скорее всего, это все-таки тень от какого-то объекта на поверхности, потому что сквозь тень просвечиваются элементы поверхности.
The mystery persisted for about a decade or two until the raw data from the Phobos 2 mission became readily accessible. The unidentified craft looked an awful lot like an overexposed transmission artifact. In fact, all the infrared images featured the same white streak.
Maybe the aliens are following them
Meanwhile,
around.
The elliptical shadow belonged to Phobos. Its elongated shape was due to multiple scans or photographs being taken in sequence before assembling the final image. Stories like the Phobos incident have become rather par for the course. Some initial event or discovery leaves an information vacuum which is immediately filled by fantastical speculation. A printing artifact becomes a tower on the moon.
Them damn conspiracy
the
theorists.
happenstance of light and shadow begets a human face on Mars.
Oh, that's a famous
And these
one.
prominent boulders on both Mars and Phobos conjure images of a certain Stanley Kubrick film. More recently, a Chinese rover on the moon captured this image of what some described as a hut. Upon closer inspection, everyone was absolutely gobsmacked when the hut was exposed as a rock.
So aliens still could exist on the moon and Mars.
Whether you're an amateur or professional, have no experience or decades worth, you're never quite immune to this kind of self-deception.
Yeah, but it
when
could
you
still
want
exist.
something to be
The
true,
proof is
it can
there.
be deceptively easy to convince yourself that it is. Remember that prize money, the 100,000 francs, offered to anyone who discovered a means of communicating with another planet, excluding Mars.
It still exists.
Well, in 1937, there was a claim on that prize.
Oh.
The claimant was none other than world-renowned
Yes.
inventor Nikola Tesla. In 1899, Tesla had been experimenting with wireless radio communication. During some of those experiments, he picked up some rather odd transmissions.
Did you get
Although
the
I could
money?
not decipher their meaning, the feeling is constantly growing in me that I have been the first to hear the greeting of one planet to another. A purpose was behind these electrical signals. Tesla described the signals as a repeating sequence of either 3 or 4 pulses. Decades later, Tesla was still convinced that he'd received an interplanetary message and had even deduced its origin.
The signals consisted in a regular repetition of numbers, and subsequent study convinced me that they must have emanated from Mars. I believe the Martians used numbers for communication because numbers are universal. Then, in 1937, Tesla announced his plans to unveil a new technology capable of not just interplanetary but interstellar communication. With such impressive technology at hand, Tesla felt confident that he'd soon be awarded the 100,000 francs. I intend to claim the Pierre Gussman Prize. I am just as sure the prize will be awarded to me as if I already had it in my pocket. They've got to do it.
So did they get the award?
They didn't do it.
Oh.
The prize was instead awarded to the crew of Apollo 11 in 1969. As for the alleged message from Mars, well, we don't really know. While Earth was much quieter back in 1899, it was still far from radio silent.
Sounds like aliens to me. Oh, see, aliens exist. Those all sound like aliens.
Who knows? Perhaps it was nothing but the rumbling noise of a distant thunderstorm.
It's aliens. It's aliens.
Upon sailing into the shadow of Venus in 1975, Venera 9 detected faint flashes of light. The emissions were broadly consistent with lightning, but it's a matter of interpretation. Data gathered by subsequent missions are likewise consistent with Venusian thunderstorms, yet fall short of any conclusive evidence. Presuming that lightning does occur on Venus, could it explain the ashen light? Well, it's been estimated that the night side of Venus would need to maintain a rate of some 1,000 lightning strikes per second to yield a glow that's visible from Earth. That's more than 20 times the mean rate on Earth, and would likely have been observed a long time ago. In the blunt words of another paper, lightning is not acceptable as an explanation for the ashen light. But in certain parts of the world, there is another striking phenomenon illuminating the night sky. These vibrant curtains of light are the result of charged particles ejected by the sun colliding with the Earth's magnetic field. Could something akin to the Northern Lights be responsible for the ashen light?
Perhaps.
Aurorae have indeed been observed on planets like Jupiter and Saturn, so it might seem like an obvious solution. What makes it not so obvious is that the magnetic field around Venus is virtually non-existent. It is extremely weak and transient and is generated by a completely different process than here on Earth. In spite of this, when caught in the path of a solar storm, Venus has in recent years been observed to glow. The underlying mechanism of this glow is still poorly understood, but there is an apparent link between solar activity and diffused emissions of light on the night side of Venus. Not only that, but there is a weak correlation between solar activity and ashen light observations. According to author John Barentine, who's written the definitive book on the subject, the data are inconclusive, but there are hints in this figure that something is indeed up. The apparent spike in the number of ashen light sightings in the 1950s correlates with one of the strongest solar maxima of the past 250 years. While all of this sounds quite promising, it's a bit too early to celebrate.
It's never
Nothing
too
conclusive
early.
has been found, and despite many attempts to do so, the ashen light has never been recorded on camera. Until that happens, this nearly 400-year-old mystery remains in limbo. Should it be ascribed to the atmosphere of Venus or the mind of the observer?
No.
Perhaps we should have listened to Giovanni Riccioli from the very beginning. Perhaps it is nothing more than a convincing illusion.
No, it's definitely aliens. A big spacecraft.
The search for cosmic neighbors continues. Many scientists now believe that both Venus and Mars used to resemble Earth in the distant past.
Are people gonna laugh at us?
Perhaps a relict biosphere or the remnants of a once teeming population can still be found in Venusian clouds or Martian soil. There's mounting evidence that the joke...
So there could have been aliens living on those planets back when they were observed by the, the people from back then.
Moons Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, along with Enceladus and Titan of Saturn, all host a vast subglacial ocean. Could resilient microbes or even larger organisms have found a way to thrive beneath the frozen crusts? Who knows, an apparent hut on the moon or a monolith on Mars might one day match our most outlandish expectations. Even if Earth should prove the sole harbor of life within the solar system, every dot in the night sky has the potential to host another. And with the launch of the James Webb Telescope, there's no telling what secrets are about to be unveiled.
There could be life on those.
Always remember that if at first you don't understand, it's definitely aliens.
Indeed. You convinced me that aliens exist. Pretty good video. But now, time for our last video. This is actually a video that I saw in my recommended before, like right before starting the stream. I did add it to my watch later list, as you can see. The title looked interesting, so might as well watch it and see what it is. Now this video is about an hour and 32 minutes, but I think we can, this is like a good last video we can watch. Hold on. Following document. Do not represent my own beliefs. Not basing your views on this conflict around this video alone. This is only a small part of a much larger story. Whatever. We'll say whatever. Flashing lights. Look away, people. If you have sensitivities to them, I will let you know when it's all good. If there is. Subject matters and may be disturbing for some viewers. So yeah, if you don't like disturbing things, you might want to tune off for the night, since this is going to be the last stream of the night. So if you don't want to stick around, then thank you for coming to the stream. I'm not going to do my full outro since I want to get this through. Is that the nature of this topic is highly politicized, though this video is not made as a political statement. Well, yeah. I'm not going to try and make this too political, but I'll just be as neutral as I can. What is this? This is kind of creepy. I don't like it. They showed this to children?
December 29th, 2008. The Gaza war had just begun, but already Israeli missiles were raining down on the Gaza Strip, annihilating police buildings, military bases, and anything they deemed to be a threat. It was carnage on the streets, as residents in the Strip were left helplessly waiting to see what target Israel would choose next. Though that day, when the missiles again fell from the sky, they would strike a rather strange target, a small, little-known TV station called Al-Aqsa TV. And that day, it was Israel's sole intention to end their broadcast forever. Though when the smoke cleared, the broadcast somehow remained.
Maybe they had a secret broadcasting station that they don't know of.
Comparable to the public access channel. You might think this is an odd site to attack, especially when it's revealed.
Also, for those of you who are watching and don't have any flashing light sensitivities, you can look back.
That the attacks didn't even end there.
Oh, come on. There's flashing lights right there. I just told you to look back. I'm sorry if you get affected.
Attack, especially when it's revealed that the attacks didn't even end there. In 2014, Al-Aqsa TV's headquarters would again be bombed and destroyed, as well as in 2018.
You might just have to listen to this if you have sensitivities.
and even as recently as 2021.
Oh my god, yes, 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 I need to go down. We're going to direct the camera now towards the explosion.
Though through it all, their broadcast has stayed on the air. And you might be right, this would be a bizarre target had Al-Aqsa TV been like any other station. In reality, the content played on
Memory
their
TV! Yes! Memory TV! Their memes are the best memes ever. If you've never seen Memory TV memes, they're like some of the best memes I've ever seen.
Waves featured propaganda, the likes of which we have never really seen in the modern age. And at the heart of it all was one program that stood above the rest.
Mickey Mouse.
As rather than focusing on the adults in the region, it was instead aimed at the youth.
Yeah, gotta raise the children.
The country, the pioneers of tomorrow.
Yes.
Culminating into what can only be described as the darkest children's show ever created. It can only be described as the darkest children's show ever created.
Tomorrow's Pioneers, a weekly children's show.
It looks like Mickey Mouse. It sounds like Mickey Mouse.
But it's not
Do you
Mickey
think Mickey
Mouse.
Mouse would ever tell kids to fight Americans and the Jews?
Before we fall down this rabbit hole, I want to first thank today's sponsor, Babbel. Babbel is the number one.
But they don't care about sponsorship. Don't care about sponsorships right now.
Language today. Off your very own Babbel subscription to start learning a new language today. Tomorrow's Pioneers. It's a TV show that premiered in Palestine over a decade ago, that today is rarely, if ever, spoken of. And when it is mentioned, it's often brought up in a comedic way, as some of its scenes are so ridiculous that it can be undeniably hilarious at times.
Yeah,
with some of its
there's like no way to take it seriously.
more iconic moments turning into well-known memes across the web.
Really?
But we'll get more into that soon.
I gotta
Though
see
it is
these
funny
memes.
at
These sound
times,
awesome.
the truth is that its premise and the effects that it likely had on the children of the region is horrifying to say the least. The show premiered back in 2007, a year after the inception of Al-Aqsa TV, the channel it would air on, with the station itself being run by a group known as Hamas, considered here in the US and in many other countries to be a terrorist organization. Hamas are known for their unwavering desire to reclaim the land that they believe was taken from them by Israel years ago. And in an extremely oversimplified version of events, since the year 1948, Palestine has lost roughly 85% of what once was their land to the hands of Israel, causing hundreds of thousands of Palestinians to become displaced, with many being forced to cram into a small area known as the Gaza Strip. Unsurprisingly, this has led to never-ending conflict between the two sides, as many Palestinians feel they had their land stolen from them, and no one believes this more strongly than Hamas. This military party has goals of reclaiming their land by using any means necessary, with their most infamous tactic being the use of suicide bombing, which they promote heavily within their group as a means of martyrdom. By 2006, the group would gain control over the Gaza Strip, immediately making them the most powerful political organization in all of Palestine.
As I watch this video, I'm just wondering if this is going to get me canceled or not. If you're watching this Twitch, I'm not trying to make any statements. This is we're purely viewing this. And I'm not making any statements. I will be neutral in my statements and not try and delve into politics.
And with this came the creation of Al-Aqsa TV. Hamas wanted to assure that the rest of the country was as angry and willing to fight against Israel as they were, and so they created this network with the sole purpose of spreading hatred and promoting violence against their enemies, which included any supporters of Israel like the United States. And they were anything but subtle with how they approached this, leading to most of their programs looking something like this.
Oh, you're gonna get me cancelled. At least film with a better camera.
But even if you believe that Hamas's anger is justified, considering what was taken from them, what they chose to do next is a lot harder to excuse, as they began gearing this same type of content towards the children of Palestine. As after all, children are the most impressionable members of our society,
Obviously.
and if they could expose them to this type of content at a young age, they could essentially breed loyal Hamas soldiers who would share their same hatred with Israel. And thus, Tomorrow's Pioneers was born.
Honestly, I thought the show was American.
The show began its run back in April of 2007 and would proceed from there with 4 confirmed seasons roughly 21 well-archived episodes, with many more currently missing, as unfortunately, given how obscure the show was, most of it stands today as lost media. But thankfully, the majority of the program's most shocking moments have been archived, as well as some of the actual transcripts from other episodes. And with these, we can piece together a good chunk of what the show was, and ultimately come to a conclusion as to why exactly it was made. The episodes would feature a reoccurring host named Sarah, who at the time of the first episode's release was just 8 years old, and she would be joined by her animal co-host, the first of which being a large mouse named Farfour.
It's
and
Mickey
if this
Mouse.
character looks familiar, well, it's because it's literally just a man in a cheap Mickey Mouse costume, accounting for what would by far become the show's most infamous character. Together, the pair would talk about issues happening throughout Palestine, while performing skits, singing songs, and featuring call-in sections where the young viewers could talk to the hosts in order to seek advice or guidance. And though this may seem like any other kid show at the time, where it really stands out is with its subject matter, as due to it being created directly by Hamas for propaganda purposes, they certainly didn't shy away from sharing their often extreme views throughout the show, leading to an almost inexplicably bizarre and oftentimes disturbing final product. And truthfully, finding the words to describe it all is practically impossible because it is just so insane. So today, I will simply be showing you, guiding you episode by episode into the world of Tomorrow's Pioneers, and all the moments that have since gone on to make it the most disturbing children's show ever made.
Show us some
we fall down
memes.
this rabbit hole, the darker it gets.
Farfour looks like Mickey Mouse, but this Palestinian children's character doesn't talk like Mickey or sing like any Mouseketeer.
Season 1 began on the morning of April 13th, 2007, with the inaugural episode, Farfour is Caught Speaking English. The program aired in a 60-minute Friday morning time slot that was often most English. The program aired in a 60-minute Friday morning time slot that was often most popular with preschoolers and other young children, as they would be the show's targeted demographic.
Take advantage of your time.
In this show, we are introduced to Sarah and Farfour, and much like the title would suggest, its premise centers around Farfour having been caught speaking English by his uncle Hazim, a character played by Hazim al-Sharari, the actual creator of the show.
How else are you gonna make your enemies understand what you're saying?
As his uncle and Sarah believe he should be speaking their native language of Arabic.
فرفور إني سمعتك تقول باللغة الإنجليزية
Hello? نعم. How are you يا سراء? I hope to be good time.
That's basically just Mickey Mouse.
انت ليش هيك بتحكي؟ مش احنا اتفقنا ان نحكي باللغة العربية الفصحى؟ هذه اللغة يا سراء لغة العالم المتقدم، لغة العالم اللي بيفهم، اللي بيخترع، بس هيك؟ لا يا فرفور انت غلطان، عشان انت بتعرفش ان المسلمين هم اساس الحضارة.
The episode then cuts to Sarah, who explains that the show will act as a nucleus for the reunion of Palestine with the land that they once owned.
أذكركم أننا نحن العظماء انطلقنا في هذا البرنامج لنقود هذا العالم، وستكون النوى بإذن الله تعالى من هنا من فلسطين.
وسيلة يا سراء من أين بالضبط؟ من غزة؟ أم من القدس؟ أم من رام الله؟ أم من كل فلسطين؟
نعم من كل فلسطين.
Leading to a monologue from Farfour where he states,
do what the show teaches.
مجدها وسنحرر الأقصى إن شاء الله وسنحرر العراق إن شاء الله وسنحرر بلاد المسلمين التي تجتاحها هذه الأفلام القتلة.
The episode then ends with Uncle Hazim discussing the Iraq War, which was transpiring around the time of this episode's airing, to which he says, as you can see, they kill and slaughter the children and the women. Whoever followed the news yesterday could see the fetus and its mother. I'm sure you saw that, Sarah. To which Sarah agrees, with this line referencing a particular bout of fighting that had just happened in the days prior to the show's premiere. And though nothing too outrageous, this episode gives us a glimpse at the structure of the show, as it rarely followed a coherent storyline, and instead bounces around different political messages seemingly at random. But overall, Farfour is caught speaking English is definitely mature, and probably too much so for the 3 to 5 year olds watching at home, as it mentions bloodshed and slaughtering children, with its political messages being extremely on the nose.
I gotta teach the kids one day.
This was only the beginning, and it may very well be the show's most tame episode, as with each passing installment, things only became more and more.
This is tame. I don't even want to know what the rest of the show is like.
Unbelievable. Today, episode 2 of season 1 appears to be almost entirely lost, except for one brief clip that has surfaced in recent years. It's titled Farfour vs. Bush, Omert, and Condoleezza. And in it, we see a child call into the show to sing the hosting duo a song, but is promptly cut short due to its lyrics.
Please. Why do you not film with better cameras? Film with like your better cameras.
Angry that the child had even mentioned the word surrender, the two hosts shut down her song, leading to Farfour going on a tirade, where out of nowhere he begins calling out multiple political figures from rival nations.
How do these kids even... Do these kids even know what you're talking about? I mean, you gotta tell them who you are so you know who you're going against.
The show would then follow this up with an episode featuring one of its most iconic moments. It's titled Farfour and the AK-47 and includes 2 call-in segments. One where Farfour discusses how they will one day lead the world. As a child sings, "It is the time of death, we will fight the war." This is then followed by another caller, an 11-year-old named Harwa, who sings a song about how Israel will answer for the incident that forced their people to relocate.
We gotta show one so you know, so the kids know what these are.
According to the child singing this song, the answer to the Israeli problem is an AK-47, to which Farfour then mimics the lyrics by simulating throwing grenades and shooting one of these weapons, leading to this notorious moment that is both really funny, yet also deeply disturbing when you really think about it, as the show is very obviously implying that the only way they will get their land back and truly deal with this issue is by use of force, especially considering that just prior to this, they showcased lyrics promoting warfare and never surrendering to Israel, providing one of the show's very first allusions to violence, which will become much more common of a theme as the episodes go by. And by this point, it's pretty clear that kids probably shouldn't be exposed to this kind of content,
but they don't
and the world was starting to take notice.
This program, broadcast on Hamas-owned television, tells its young Arab viewers to take up arms against Americans and Israelis.
But truthfully, the controversy was just getting started. As by this point, yes, the show is definitely disturbing, especially knowing that there were kids watching, but all in all, many would argue that it's more comical than anything. And recognizing this, the showrunners
it,
seemingly grew unsatisfied with their current product. They didn't want kids just laughing along with the program. They wanted them to hate Israel, and they wanted them angry, upset, and willing to fight at a moment's notice. And so, they began doubling down on their ideology, with episode 4 taking a far more direct approach towards breeding anti-Semitism. The episode shows Farfour in a classroom taking a final exam before he is caught using a cheat sheet by his teacher, and in response to this, the mouse gives one of the craziest excuses you will ever hear in all your life.
What's the excuse? That is a very strange
In this clip,
excuse.
Farfour blames the Jews for
Very
forcing him
outlandish.
to cheat on his test, citing that his home had been destroyed by them and that he had lost all his notebooks as a result. To which Sarah adds that they are wicked people, but it's still no excuse to cheat.
يا فرفور صحهم يا أصحاب سوء لكن هدم البيت مش يعني حجة مش مبرر مش مبرر إنه يغش في الامتحان.
Meanwhile, Uncle Hazim then goes on to say that they must study for their exams because the Jews don't want them to learn. Much like Farfour mimicking the AK-47, this would go on to become one of the show's first viral moments, as this particular clip would spread around the internet, shocking and outraging viewers across the globe. And with this came intense media scrutiny, with even the supporters of Palestine coming forward to condemn the show's messaging, along with the approach they had to such a young audience, especially by hijacking such a beloved character like Mickey Mouse. The whole thing clearly went way too far. So far, in fact, that the Palestinian government, the section not run by Hamas, ordered that the show be pulled from the air, as even they believed that it was quote-unquote the wrong approach. It was now creating an international outrage, considering that it was very clearly trying to teach children to hate
I mean, I guess they still continued, because, you know, they still had a couple seasons.
Israel. But despite the direct order and criticism from all across the globe, the founder of the station itself would go on TV and proclaim that they were being unjustly targeted, before vowing to continue the show every Friday until their land was returned.
Man, they really did it out of spite.
أن شعبنا الفلسطيني عندما رجع إلى دينه نصره الله سبحانه وتعالى وبالتالي لن نتخلى عن عقيدتنا ولن نتخلى عن إيماننا.
But despite this declaration, the challenges were far from over for the show, as just days after this, a rival political group known as Fatah would begin an armed clash with Hamas, which eventually led to the Al-Aqsa TV compound being surrounded by Fatah members and eventually seized entirely. And once in their control, Fatah would cut the broadcast and replace it with a pro-Fatah chant that would play on the network over and over again, until eventually Hamas would regain control of their building sometime later. It was truly an insane time period for the network, but believe it or not, the show had one more adversary that they would have to deal with. And this one was by far their most challenging, as they found themselves up against one of the most ruthless and powerful forces our world has ever seen: Disney, and specifically their legal team. During this time, the company had become aware of the show and their use of a Mickey Mouse-like character, with Walt Disney's own daughter coming out and condemning the program, calling it pure evil.
Yeah, I can kind of see it if
likely
they're
having been
stealing your
legal threats
characters.
lobbied.
Yeah, I can kind of see it if you're, you know, like taking your own characters and kind of spinning them out, making him do things that you wouldn't have him do. So, yeah.
Calling it pure evil, with there more than likely having been legal threats lobbied against the show.
But what can they do? But what can they do if they're in another country is the real question. Can you even, like, do anything?
As not only were they illegally using this character, but they were using him to spread anti-Semitism. It was blatant copyright infringement, and knowing the power that Disney had, there was simply no fighting them, and the showrunners knew that they had to address this issue before Disney dropped the hammer. which leads us to Season 1, Episode 5, the likely premature finale to the very first season of the show, where they would handle the copyright issue.
Episode 5 is the season finale? Oh, come on, man. You could do better than that. More episodes.
Of Farfour in what was probably the worst way imaginable, leading to by far the most infamous moment in Tomorrow's Pioneers history. In the episode titled Farfour and the Jew, Farfour is speaking to his grandfather, who shares the story of his people and the land they once owned, and in his mind still did, even going as far as pulling out a key and documents to the land.
هذه الأرض يا سيدي أنا ورثتها من آبائي وأجدادي بتمنى تحافظ عليها يا فرفور وهذا المفتاح لما ترجع البلاد لما ترجع البلاد بتفتح فيها فرفور.
Is it to your house?
هذا المفتاح هذه كمان وراك تثبت كمان الأرض إلنا يا فرفور هذه أمانة معك يا فرفور وأثرت بالأرض يا فرفور.
Though after handing Farfour the documents, this happens.
Yeah, it's kind of speaking like it.
حاسس حالي اني قريب من ارض الربيع. بتمنى يا جدي انك تحافظ عليها. انا جدي انا جدي انا جدي.
On the children too. They should be. All this anti-Semitism is really making me feel like
this was a far heavier way of broaching this topic than the show had used before, as this time they were directly targeting the emotions of the children watching at home, as they're now seeing their favorite character crying on his dead relative before promising that he will liberate their land. And things only get worse from here, as the video cuts to a title screen that read, "Farfour is interrogated." Here, we see Farfour being interviewed by an Israeli official who demands that he give up the key and the documents which his late grandfather had given him, even offering large sums of money.
سيدك أعطاك مفاتيح الأرض والوراق. مين قال لك هذا الكلام؟ أنت ما إلك مين قال فرفور، لكن المطلوب فرفور. طيب وإيش المطلوب هذاك مني؟ المطلوب فرفور إنه تعطينا أوراق الأرض. أوراق الأرض اللي جدي اعطاني إياهم أمانة عشان أحافظ عليهم وعشان أحرر فيهم القدس وأحرر لما تتحرر الأراضي. أنا وأصدقائي نروح على أرضنا ونقعد فيها. أنت أعطيك إياها أنت. جدي ما قال لي أعطيك إياها. فرفور بدنا نشتري الأرض. شري يا فرفور بدنا نديك مصاري كتير. بدك تاخد مصاري كتير فرفور وناخد الأوراق فرفور وراق ولا حاجة فرفور.
Though, as preached by Farfour before, he didn't surrender, which the officer didn't take kindly to.
The meme. Could have a swear word in there to really accentuate the words.
The scene ends with Farfour being attacked by the officer before the show fades back to Sarah. And if that wasn't crazy enough, this is what she had to say about the outcome of that beating.
نعم أحبابنا الأطفال، لقد فقدنا أعز صديق لنا فرفور. لقد استشهد فرفور وهو يدافع عن أرضه، يدافع عن أرض آبائه وأجداده. استشهد على أيدي المجرمين قتلة الأطفال الأبرياء.
In a show made for preschoolers, they quite literally kill their most beloved character right before our eyes, as he was literally beaten to death.
You know.
It's easy to see the message they were going for with this episode, and I can imagine how effective it was at spreading Hamas's ideology. As just picture how traumatic it would be to watch this as a child, and watch as your favorite character is just murdered. I mean, that's comparable to kids in the US watching Barney, and all of a sudden he's detained and killed by someone like a North Korean official.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no wonder that this moment has since gone on to become a classic meme, as it is just so bizarre in both a comical and horrifying way, seeing what essentially equates to Mickey Mouse being beaten to death. And for most, this moment is by far the highlight of the show, or the lowlight depending on who you're asking, with many likely being completely unaware that the program actually continued running without Farfour for 3 more seasons, and seasons that by far account for the majority of the show's most disturbing moments. And on the topic of disturbing moments, there was actually one more scene that I was able to find here at the last minute that is by far the darkest in all of Season 1. It's fairly obscure, to the point that I wasn't fully able to determine what episode it was from.
Oh, hey, Mudahar.
But based on how
Mudahar talked about it. I should see that video sometime.
Fully able to determine what episode it was from.
I'll probably have to see that video about if Mudahar made a video on it. I'll probably have to see it on my own time. I'll probably just watch it on my own time.
But based on how Sarah is dressed, it seemingly came from the very first episode. The scene depicts another call-in section where the hosts press a young girl about what she is willing to sacrifice to take back the Al-Aqsa Mosque, a world-famous mosque that was taken from the Palestinians by the hand of Israel, in which the entire station itself was named after.
سنابل انت شو حتعملي يعني من اجل الاقصى؟ شو حتفدي يعني روحك من اجل الاقصى؟ شو هتعملي؟
ايش هنعمل يعني كيف احنا بدنا يا سنابل نحرر وبعدين هذا حفظناه وبعدين
احنا بدنا تقونا اليهود.
Damn, they're really going insane here.
ندافع عن الاقصى بارواحنا وبدمائنا ولا لا يا سنابل؟ لا تستسلم.
Here, this little girl, who is no more than 8 or 9 years old, expresses her desire not only to fight, but to annihilate the Jews, while closing the segment by stating how she will commit martyrdom. Or in other words, she was going to give up her life to fight for this cause, which, as mentioned prior, Hamas would often do by means of suicide bombing. And though most of the show to this point can easily be laughed off, it's moments like this where things take a much scarier turn, as the show's true intentions begin to reveal themselves.
Do they have more
as we move forward into season 2?
Do they have more visually disturbing moments later on in this series? Because if so, then you better not cancel me, Twitch, please, because I am simply showcasing.
These moments only became more prevalent.
You are seeing it here exclusively first. Farfour is dead.
With Season 1 in the books, the impact that Tomorrow's Pioneers had in the span of just a few episodes can't be overstated. The show immediately became the most popular kids program in the region, with children anywhere from the ages of 3 to 4 all the way up to 12 and 13 years old tuning in religiously each Friday. And given how unavoidable its main themes are, it's likely that the anti-Semitism it was preaching was in fact resonating with its viewers. In fact, many critics of the show were going so far as to claim that it was outright brainwashing its viewers to not only hate Israelis, but to commit acts of violence against them.
Instead of being entertained, they're being indoctrinated.
And at the end of the day, I don't think Hamas was even trying to hide this either. But following the death of Farfour, all eyes were on the show, with the whole world wondering, what will they do next? How could they replace this beloved character that had brought the show so much infamy?
With Donald Duck.
Well, given time constraints and Al-Aqsa TV's desire to air the program every Friday, the truth is that they were unprepared to replace Farfour. And the following week, the show was forced to start season 2 without a co-host for Sarah.
So did we just
The
bring him
episode was
back?
titled Sarah and the Hadith, and unfortunately, practically all of the episode is currently missing, with the exception of one short clip, as it shows us yet another call-in section and yet another instance of anti-Semitism.
هم شرقي النهر وأنتم غربيه حتى يقول الحجر والشجر يا مسلم يا عبد الله تعال وراء يهودي فقاتله.
Immediately after this episode aired, the creators of the show realized that they needed something else to appeal to the children. The show was just not the same without Farfour, as it seemingly lost both its shock factor as well as its entertainment factor, making the whole product immediately less interesting. And so, in season 2, episode 2...
Makes it a little boring. Maybe that's why there's no, maybe that's why there's no, surviving copies of it, just because it was a little boring.
The creators of the show would come together and create a plan. As though Farfour was gone for good, there was one other character that they could turn to. His cousin.
Minnie Mouse.
من أنت؟ ومن أين جئت؟
Oh,
ومن نحول؟
that is just nightmare fuel.
وكيف تريد أن تواصل؟
أريد أن أكون في كل حلقة معكم في برنامج رواد الغرب كما كان فرفور.
This is Nahul the Bee, and much as he desired within this video, he would become the show's new co-host, just like his cousin Farfour. And on the topic of Farfour, Nahul vehemently praised him and vowed not only to continue in his footsteps with Tomorrow's Pioneers, but also he wanted to follow his path to martyrdom. And not only did he express his desire for this to happen to him, but he also mentions how all of his friends should follow in these footsteps as well, with his friends likely referring to the young children watching at home, providing what almost feels like a call to action for the young viewers.
Or, it could be the rest of
Episode 3, titled Nahul's Rants, only offers us a small snippet of surviving video, but it's still enough to get the basic gist. The premise was simple. Essentially, it was just a lengthy monologue performed by Nahul, as he tells the children that we will all liberate Al-Aqsa, while using some choice words and further pulling at the emotions of the viewers at home.
Okay, hold on. Let's not go there.
The episode also has a call-in section where a child expresses his desire to become a journalist one day, to which Nahul says,
احنا بحاجة يا نحول إلى صحفيين وإلى لكي يصورون اليهود وهم يقتلون فرفور والأطفال الصغار. نعم يا نحول ونحن كلنا مجاهدون بإذن الله.
The video then ends with Nahul shouting, "We are all jihad warriors, Allah willing." Nahul's Big Day Out. This is by far one of the show's most unusual episodes, which is really saying something. The program starts out with Nahul and Sarah discussing their desire to occupy Al-Aqsa.
الأقصى يا أصدقائي ينتظركم أنتم. الأقصى يا أحبابي حزين جدا. الأقصى أصدقائي أسير ومحاصر من قتلة الأطفال المجرمين. يجب علينا أن ننهض لكي ننتقم له من اليهود المجرمين الصهاينة المحتلين. يجب أن نحرر الأقصى.
To which Nahul explains how he believes they can achieve this.
نعم أتعلمين كيف سنحرره ونأخذ مفتاحه كما حرره صلاح الدين؟
كيف يا نحول؟
نعم كيف؟ بصلاة الفجر.
نعم.
وبالدم والشوق والتضحية بالآلام بالشهداء والصبر. وهذا هو المفتاح يا سراء.
So,
this may be
was
the
that
show's
it?
darkest moment yet, as Nahul directly calls out the children watching and says that the only way they will regain control of Al-Aqsa is by means of morning prayers, blood, sacrifice, and pain, further elaborating a few seconds later by saying that the key to all of this is by using means of martyrs. Sarah then attempts to calm Nahul down by telling him that the children, the pioneers of tomorrow, will do what it takes to regain control of Al-Aqsa, which, as stated before, will require martyrdom.
لا تحزن يا نحول، فأنا وأنت وأحبابنا الأطفال بل الكبار جيل رواد الغد بإذن الله تعالى سنعيد المسجد الأقصى وسنطهره من دنس الصهاينة يا نحول. إن شاء الله.
It really feels like the whole show up until this point was leading to this moment, a direct call to action, essentially conditioning and then asking these children to martyr themselves, something that was first hinted at, then heavily implied, and now expressly stated. I mean, they are literally asking their child viewers to sacrifice their lives. And as mentioned prior, Hamas's most notable way of martyring themselves is by means of bombing, leading to some arguing that the show is expressly telling these kids that they should become suicide bombers. However, though it always ends the same, martyrdom does come in many different forms, so for now, let's leave this as a working theory, as it will come up again later.
So we mentioned
But surprisingly, the episode didn't even end there, with the
There's
rest
more.
being dedicated to a fun trip that Nahul had at the zoo, which is where things devolve into complete chaos.
What is happening? This is so bizarre.
I'm not actually sure how much YouTube will let me show of this, but Nahul and
well, thank you, because it's just like, I don't want to get canceled, man.
enters an exhibit filled with cats and proceeds to instantly start abusing them. And the abuse isn't...
How is this even related to the rest of the series, rest of her messaging? It's just like we kind of felt like adding it.
all that horrible when you watch it, but it's start abusing them. And the abuse isn't all that horrible when you watch it, but it's definitely enough to cause discomfort to the animals at the very least.
Well,
and things
discomfort to the
progress from
children,
there,
too.
as Nahul then visits a cage with 2 lions in it, and proceeds to start throwing rocks at them.
What the fuck is happening? Why the fuck did they decide to add this to the episode? This makes no sense and has like no relations to whatever we're trying to push.
It is just the strangest thing that I have ever seen, and the justification for it is even stranger, as ultimately, Sarah sits Nahul down after the fact and scolds him for his behavior.
ما هذا الذي فعلته يا نحول؟ ألم تسمع بالحديث الشريف الذي قاله الرسول صلى الله عليه
How
وسلم؟
is it even related?
قال بما معناه يعني أنه دخلت امرأة النار في هرة حبستها فلا هي أطعمتها ولا هي تركتها يعني أيضا يعني الله عاقبها بالنار يا نحول وهذا كان مصيرها وإن بقيت على هذا الحال فسيكون مصيرك.
And that is how the episode ends. So their message is to not abuse animals or you will go to hell, while quite literally going out and abusing animals themselves for the show. It just almost doesn't feel real how unusual it is. And certainly there would have been better ways to tell this message.
Yeah, I kind of
Strangely
feel like
enough,
that too.
despite the showrunners at one point promising a new episode of Tomorrow's Pioneers each Friday, There's actually a 6-month gap in between episodes 4 and 5, with the show either having gone off the air or the episodes having gone unarchived, which is probably the more likely explanation. Or the episodes having gone unarchived,
Yeah,
which is probably the more
likely.
likely explanation. And if anything were to have aired between these episodes, then it seems to be currently lost. And for that reason, to have aired between these episodes, then it seems to be currently lost.
Oh wait. I can't tell what editing software it is.
And for that reason, I'll still be referring to this as episode 5.
Well, fair enough.
Titled Nahul and Sarah's Feast of the Sacrifice Extravaganza.
That is
this
one
installment
title.
shows the two co-hosts celebrating the Feast of Sacrifice, though Nahul seems to be in no mood for the celebration. And of all the shocking moments in the show's run, nothing surprised me more than when I heard Nahul speak in this clip.
أيضا لا تريد أن تهنئ بمناسبة عيد الأضحى المبارك؟
أهنئ يا سراء.
نعم.
أهنئ مين؟
Wait a minute. Why does he sound different? What happened to the original guy?
أهنئ يا سراء.
He doesn't even sound remotely similar.
أهنئ مين؟ ولا مين يا سراء؟ أهنئ الأخويا استشهد في الانتفاضة القديمة من اليهود الصهاينة، ولا هنئ أخويا الثاني اللي استشهد في الانتفاضة الثانية، ولا هنئ أخويا الجريح، ولا هنئ خالتي اللي استشهدت من الحصار، ولا هنئ الأيتام، ولا هنئ مين ولا مين يا سراء؟ أنا مش مهنئ حدا، أنا زعلان يا سراء. ماما اللي معها مرض السكري، ولا أهنئ بابا اللي معاه مرض الكبد والوباء الزيت.
For some reason, in this episode and this episode only, Nahul had a different voice actor.
Only this episode?
And rather than having his signature high-pitched voice, he literally just sounds like a normal guy.
Or maybe they were just trying to make him sound depressed. I don't know.
He even breaks character at one point to laugh at a child calling in.
والعجل رحنا بدنا نذبح ولقيناه ايش؟ ميت. ايش نسوي؟
بيصرخ خروف.
طب وإذا ما
They just left it in too. They just left it in too. It's almost like they were like, oh yeah, you know, one cut only. We gotta get these episodes out pronto.
It is just so weird. But in terms of the actual content, Nahul is upset during the celebration as he feels like he has nothing to be thankful for, given that all of his family is either dead or ailing. Before the episode is then closed out with a song by Sarah, featuring lyrics that again glorifies martyrdom by saying, "We will meet our death with no hesitation. Award your victory to those who sacrifice themselves. This is your wedding, O martyr." From here, the show would again go off the air, this time for a little over a month, and with this absence, there was actually a very reasonable explanation that yet again involves Fatah. In early January of 2008, Fatah would once again target Hamas and specifically Al-Aqsa TV, this time by kidnapping 4 members of their staff, leading to things shutting down yet again, before the men would eventually be returned. But following the show's absence, it would be revealed that during this break, the show's creators had been brewing up something special. Yet another plot twist that would end season 2 and leave its fans completely at a loss.
What? Did we kill off this character too?
The episode begins with Nahul in a hospital having fallen deathly ill. His mother explains how they tried to transfer him to Egypt to receive some sort of medical attention, but Israel denied their entry, and with there being no proper treatment available in Palestine, Nahul eventually stops breathing.
So they killed him off? So they killed off that character too.
Picturing the children watching this at home, I almost think that this death is somehow more depressing than Farfour's, as the way the doctors are desperately trying to resuscitate Nahul until he just passes away has got to be so upsetting for a child to see. Although, unlike the death that ended season 1, the tone of this episode was far different, as rather than being upset at the loss of her co-host, Sarah is instead more proud than anything.
نقول لك يا نحول يعني مبارك يعني عرسك يا نحول نحن لا نحسبه يعني موت لك يا نحول بل نحسبه عرس لك يا نحول.
And this strange emotional roller coaster continues from here as we are immediately introduced to a brand new character.
Is that like, did they just take Bonnie from Five Nights at Freddy's? Like, oh yeah, the kids love Five Nights at Freddy's. Let's just use the character from there.
Nahul's brother, a rabbit named Asud, who we are shown receiving the news that Nahul was no longer alive.
قول يا امي وين نحول؟ زمان انا ما شفته. واصل مشوار وعده اجا، وصل مشوار وعده اجا ان شاء الله. بتأخرش. وصل في الليل هيك مشاوير كيف بتطلعين؟ ما انت شايفه الوضع. ما ايش بدي انا اعمل؟ عده بيجي ان شاء الله. بابا. نعم. وين نحول؟ احنا المستشفى بدنا نشبه على نحول. يا بابا انت انسان مؤمن وربنا سبحانه وتعالى ومرض يعني وعي عندي في المستشفى وانا في المستشفى يا بابا لا مش في المستشفى والله يابا ما هو في المستشفى نحن ربنا سبحانه وتعالى استشهد نحن لا يا بابا والله استشهد يابا نحن الله يرحمه الله يرحمه الله يرحمه
Asud then vows to take the place of his fallen brother as well as Farfour as the brand new host of Tomorrow's Pioneers.
إن شاء الله إن شاء رب العالمين وادخل البسمة والفرحة بأطفال فلسطين أطفال العالم أجمع.
With the rabbit then taking his new spot alongside Sarah and closing the show with this discussion.
Well, how's this guy?
يا أسود سنمضي على ذات درب نحول وسنمضي على ذات درب فرفور بإذنه تعالى ولن نخيب أملهما بإذنه تعالى يا أسود. أكيد يا أسود بإذنه تعالى كلنا فداء الوطن سنفدي كل ما بوسعنا وكل ما بروحنا من أجل الوطن يا أسود.
The scene gives us a number of disturbing lines like we are all martyrdom seekers at the end of the day and we are all ready to sacrifice ourselves for the sake of our homeland. And these lines are made even darker as just moments before.
It's just kind of like weird to think about when seeing this whole thing because it's like you gotta keep in mind that this was shown to children and it's so insane to me that it's just like it's so bizarre in a way.
Sarah was praising Nahul's passing and glorifying it as some sort of wedding as opposed to actual death, essentially conditioning these kids into believing that martyrdom is a good thing. But by far this episode's most disturbing moment, and the show's darkest yet, comes immediately following these lines.
Wait, is
disturbing moment is a good thing. But by far this episode's most disturbing moment, and the show's darkest yet.
Oh, this is the show's darkest. Have we seen the darkest part of the show yet? Who knows?
Comes immediately following these lines referencing martyrdom.
يا أسود جنود رواد الغد هم كثر يا أسود.
حمدا لله حمدا لله.
نعم وبإذنه تعالى سيساعدونا في تحرير وطننا فلسطين بإذنه تعالى يا أسود.
يا صلاة سنكون أولنا صح ولا لا؟
بإذنه تعالى يا أسود.
سنأخذ الأقصى.
Together, Asud and Sarah, the host of this show, again literally made for children, with Sarah herself being only 9 years old, discuss how they wish to be the first of the Tomorrow's Pioneers family to martyr themselves, so that they can lead the way for their viewers to follow in their footsteps. And if this wasn't twisted enough, the show ends with Asud reciting yet another one of the show's most infamous lines, providing a chilling end to this incredibly eventful season.
I wonder what children are like after watching this episode.
وانت شكلك أرنوب. لأنه يا هالة الأرنوب دايما إنسان إيش؟ مش كويس صح ولا لا؟ وإنسان جبان لكن أنا أسود إن شاء الله اللي هخوف اليهود.
I don't know how Whoa. That took a turn.
The language in this final episode is truly shocking. As with each episode, its creators were pushing the boundaries further and further.
How far
and as
are they
the
gonna
content
go?
became darker as a result, the show only grew in popularity among the kids of Palestine, which was incredibly worrisome, as Season 2's entire premise was seemingly centered around martyrdom, going as far as to ask the children to follow their lead and lay down their lives for their country. But how effective could this really be? Would watching this program actually convince children to join the fight? Well, I would say undoubtedly, yes.
Yeah, I can
Think about
see
it.
Kids
Season
are very
1 basically
impressionable.
laid the groundwork for anti-
Like, kids will just, do whatever you tell them. So I can kind of see them, like, closely following it if you show this at a young age.
Semitism. It gave the children an enemy and a reason to be angry, while Season 2 and its glorification of martyrdom provided the kids with an outlet for that anger. It gave them a way to address the enemy that would not only help reclaim their land, but also make them a celebrated member of their community. I mean, it's so disturbing to even consider, but by this point of the show, I think it's more than fair to question if the entire program was created not only to breed anti-Semitism, but also to breed martyrs, willing to give their lives for Hamas at the age of just 4 or 5 years old. Given just how popular the show was and how impressionable children are at that young age, the national media continued its criticism against the show, with many being outright convinced that this theory was true, and that the whole thing was essentially breeding terrorists. And as we continue on to Season 3, the show would only provide its critics with more fuel.
Evil stuff. You've got a children's character saying, "I will eat the Jews," Allah willing.
Beginning on February 8th, 2008, just 1 week after Season 2's conclusion, Season 3 would start with many discrepancies over whether or not Due to this confusion, there's actually no footage that I can find that was confirmed to have come from this episode. But according to an incredibly brief overview of the episode, it was supposedly titled A Suit.
That screenshot itself just looks creepy. Like something that's gonna haunt you in your sleep.
Story, and it revealed that Asud had actually come from Egypt and was allowed to enter Gaza the month prior due to the Gaza fence having been breached. A song was then later played that featured the line, "We will never recognize Israel until we liberate our homeland from the Zionist filth." The show continued the next Friday with the release of episode 2, titled Asud vs. Denmark. The entire episode was a direct response to a cartoonist named Kurt Westergaard, a Danish artist who had published artwork containing offensive depictions of the Prophet Muhammad, which was considered to be blasphemy.
To be honest, I thought he was gonna, it was just like he was poking fun of a show, and we're like, no, we can't do this.
In response, Tomorrow's Pioneers put out this program, condemning his acts and calling for a boycott of all goods from Denmark.
أكيد كلنا سوف نقاطع المنتجات الدنماركية وأيضا قبلها المنتجات الإسرائيلية يا أماني.
During the show, multiple children call in and further drive this point home while expressing their frustration and anger at the man.
ولعن الله هؤلاء الكفرة الضالين. نحن هنا من جند رواد الغد. نقول لك عذرا.
Before Sarah proclaims that they will avenge their prophet by directly threatening the Danes.
أنا أقول لهم أنتم لم تروا شيئا فجند
So we're gonna go for Denmark
تعالى
next.
سيفدون الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم بكل ما يملكون فسيفدونه بكل دمائهم أيضا يا أسود ولن يسمحوا لهم.
To which Asud says this.
بأن يعيدوا الكرة من جديد يا أسود.
طب نلعنوها يا سراء إن شاء الله حنقتلهم صح ولا لا؟
And here we go again with the cannibalism.
Following this lofty threat by Asud, Sarah then goes on to explain how these words don't make them terrorists, somehow bringing things back to the fact that they just want their land back.
Presumptuous, you know.
لسنا إرهابيون نحن فقط نريد أن يرجع لنا وطننا الحبيب فلسطين نريد أن تكون كل فلسطين لنا يا أسود نحن لسنا إرهابيون
لأنها هي إلنا من الأول صح يا سراء
As stated before, it seemed with each passing episode the creators were upping their shock value.
Yeah.
Now they were stooping down to the point where their co-host is literally saying that he will kill people if there were any more offensive depictions of Muhammad. And the episode doesn't even end there, as they yet again bring the conversation back to martyrdom, to which Asud predicts his own martyrdom and then asks Sarah,
ان شاء الله انا اللي بدي اظبط الوضع ومش هيجي وان شاء الله انا وياك رواد الغد احنا اللي هنحقق ان شاء الله الحلم هذا اللي يعني مين بده يقدم البرنامج لو انت استشهدت يعني 100,000 سراء بدك ان شاء الله
بإذنه تعالى
يعني
يا
بناخذ من تعال رواد الغد ان شاء الله
بإذنه تعالى هناك آلاف جند رواد الغد
هذه الأمنية بتاعتنا ان شاء الله الشهادة في سبيل الله صح ولا لا؟
نعم.
The whole thing is just insanely twisted, as Asud states that martyrdom for Muhammad is what we are all hoping for, including all of the fans of Tomorrow's Pioneers. And believe it or not, it keeps going from here, as this is one of the most content-rich episodes to date, as the co-hosts proceed to take another call-in, where they ask a child what they would do to Kurt Westergaard.
بحكي لهم كلهم إنه مهما حاولوا يخبوه مهما حاول يتخبى رح نقدر نطوله ورح نقدر نغتاله.
And the show finally comes to an end with Asud showing a picture of the actual cartoonist after everyone on the show was already threatening him before continuing to insult him.
الرسام الذي يعني أساء للرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم من خلال رسمه.
أنا بقدر أقول يعني ما شاء الله هي أنت قلتيها اللي هو يعني ازعجش عليك إلا يا مجرم يا حقير يا حثالة إن شاء الله هيجي عليك يوم وتندم على اللي فعلته.
Clearly, this is one of the more emotionally charged episodes we've seen yet, as they truly held nothing back, straight up threatening the cartoonist on so many occasions with no subtlety whatsoever. And interestingly, there would actually be an assassination attempt against Kurt Westergaard.
Broke into Westergaard's home last night, wielding an axe and a knife, and shouting he wanted to kill him.
Though it wasn't related in any way to the show's audience. Not only was this episode a key point to the show's history, as it was perhaps its most violent installment yet, it was also important for another reason. Following the episode's release, a statement would be made in the United States House of Representatives by a member named Joseph Crowley, no relation to me by the way, who actually submitted a resolution to the House condemning Tomorrow's Pioneers and the effects that it could have on the children of Palestine by stating, "The House of Representatives condemns Hamas for using a children's television program to incite hatred, violence, and anti-Semitism towards Israel, and demands that Hamas immediately suspend all television programs of that nature," while further going on to reference characters like Farfour and Asud, calling him a Bugs Bunny ripoff, and outright stating that the show was teaching children a terroristic doctrine. Through all the criticisms that Tomorrow's Pioneers had faced, this was the first time that it was seemingly taken before the United States government, who would then go as far as to label Al-Aqsa TV themselves a terrorist organization and demand that Tomorrow's Pioneers be ended. And as a response, the show seemingly went off the air for nearly 2 more months, with many believing that that was the end of Tomorrow's Pioneers.
But no, it came back because they were working
the threat of the United States government wasn't enough to permanently shut them down.
They were working
and on May
far
9th,
more
2008,
sinister.
the show would make its return. The episode was titled Asud's History Lesson, and shows the rabbit visiting his only surviving grandfather, the other having passed away in the hands of Farfour, as he's given a lesson about the history of their land. All in all, it's a pretty unmemorable episode that essentially just acts as a history lesson for the kids.
It's pretty bland.
The season would continue with episode 4, Asud Steals, and contrary to the episode prior, this one proves to be one of the most memorable of all time, as yes, there are some particularly disturbing moments, but all in all, it's just more strange than anything, as we are taken to the room of Asud's grandfather, as the bunny sneaks in with the intent of stealing his money.
Was he always not wearing anything? Seems like a strange place to keep it.
Before the money is actually taken, Asud makes the noble decision not to steal from his grandfather. Or at least at first he does, until he is confronted by Satan himself.
What the hell? That is so creepy, man. Jeez. They just practically made a Grim Reaper here.
And the way that Satan is depicted here, with him being like half the size of Asud, is just so funny, as this is probably the least threatening Satan that I have ever seen.
Yeah, you gotta make him a little more like big and buff and like some big horns and make him really like strike fear and terror. If you want to get the message across.
Asud is convinced by him to steal, for which he is then chastised by the callers of the show.
Sure, he notes
this isn't your typical criticism, as the callers wanted Asud to pay the price for his sin, to which they propose a particularly gruesome punishment.
Oh. And do they do it?
As punishment for his crime, every single call-in guest demands that Asud have his hand chopped off, and Sarah agrees, even proposing that they instead chop off one of his ears, only to quickly backtrack and give the rabbit another chance.
طيب يا نور في رأيك نقطع يد أسود الآن؟
إذا سرقت تاب وشكى الله واستغفر إنه ما يعيدهاش تاني خلاص.
طيب إذا ما قطعنا له يده هل نقطع له أذنه؟
But as it would later turn out, Asud would get his karma after all, as following this episode, an event would transpire that no one could have seen coming.
Which is?
The sheer power of Israel's airstrikes. The country's air force continues to turn Palestinian targets to rubble. Targets like this one, the Hamas-run Al-Aqsa television station.
On December 29th, 2008, Al-Aqsa TV station would be completely destroyed by Israeli missiles. As with the added context of just how dark the network's programs were and are, you can understand a bit more why the show's headquarters became such a target. Though despite many not seeing the attack coming, Al-Aqsa TV had.
This was supposed to be a fatal blow to the network.
But they still marched on.
And they had scattered their station across Gaza to various anonymous spots just before the missiles had struck, meaning that despite losing their home, tomorrow's pioneers lived on. But despite the show itself surviving the attack, the same couldn't be said for its host. In the fifth and final episode of Season 3, Asud reveals that he had been inside the building collecting artifacts from the show before the missiles had struck. And as he talks, he begins to fall weaker and weaker.
So does every season basically just end with like the death of a character?
much like the other animal co-hosts had done in every single season finale before, Asud would pass away, leading to this closing monologue by Sarah.
النصر قريب سيكمل جند رواد الغد إن شاء الله سنمضي على ذات الدرب وسننهج النهج إن شاء الله سننهج علماء وأدباء مبدعون ومفكرون سنحرر ترابك يا فلسطين إن شاء الله.
And then who's our fourth character who's going to replace this guy?
And that is how Season 3 would come to an end. First
season.
Farfour, then Nahul, and now Asud, all dead due to the supposed wrongdoings of Israel. And the effect of Asud's death was perhaps the most emotionally charged for children at home, as he was said to have become a particularly beloved icon in the region, and one that the kids just absolutely adored, due to his far more blunt approach to topics, and specifically violence. But now, he was gone. And with no home for tomorrow's pioneers, and now knowing that the station had a target on its back, the show had reached yet another crossroads, and perhaps its most uncertain hour yet. And adding insult to injury, Fatah would once again emerge as an adversary to Hamas, but this time in a different way, as they had taken the opportunity to launch their own show on their own network in the region. And the show was basically just an exact ripoff of Tomorrow's Pioneers that would instantly become the show's direct competition. Their own show, but this time in a different, once again emerge as an adversary to Hamas, but this time in a different way, as they had taken the opportunity to launch their
Well, at least they have better quality here, and they're not filming on like potatoes.
own show on their own network in the region. And the show was basically just an exact ripoff of Tomorrow's Pioneers that would instantly become the show's direct competition, taking a large slice of their viewership. But it seems that whenever this show was backed up against a wall, it would always find a way to persist, and after just a few weeks, the Gaza war would come to an end. And taking advantage of the ceasefire, the crew of the show would quickly reestablish themselves in a brand new building. And before long, Tomorrow's Pioneers was back for its fourth and evidently final season.
So how did it end?
Starting on February 13th, 2009, the show was entering new territory. They had always had a target on their back, but now they realized the threat of just how serious their words were becoming, which is where we get into a personal theory of mine. Looking back on the death of Asud, something he said within his dying words had always stuck out to me. Asud mentions how the Tomorrow's Pioneer set had a distinct area where children could come and play, basically equating to a daycare. But if you think this sounds like a wholesome little tidbit, I have an inclination that there may be something more sinister at play.
Yeah, that's what
If
I
you
was
think about it,
thinking.
advertising that there were innocent children within the building at all times that they were working essentially makes it untouchable from Israeli destruction.
Well, also, it's
as
like,
if they were to bomb the...
Also, it's kind of like, the thing is, it's just like, I feel like they're kind of breaking the fourth wall there.
Essentially makes it untouchable from Israeli destruction, as if they were to bomb the building with all those innocent kids in there, well, the optics would be horrible. So it's possible that this was exactly what their thinking was behind starting a daycare within their facilities. This essentially guaranteed that Israel would never just straight up destroy the building without warning, as even during the 2008 attack, Israel had actually given them a heads up that they would be destroying the building, providing more than enough time to evacuate the kids who stayed there, with this heads up being the only reason that the Tomorrow's Pioneers crew were able to escape. And for Season 4, immediately following this bombing, they would take things a step further, as in every episode from here on out, the show would feature a group of random innocent kids who would not only be allowed on set, but would also be sitting on stage with the hosts at all times. Again, this makes it an impossible target to just randomly attack. And considering the timing of it all, with it having started practically right after the building was destroyed, it all just seems like too much of a coincidence. And this new format wasn't the only new addition for the season, as with the suit having passed away, we would soon be introduced to the show's fourth and final co-host.
That's just Freddy
This is
Fazbear.
Nasur, a bear that had supposedly entered the Gaza Strip after the recent war had ended, and he had come to take the place of Asud. Unlike the other characters, he seemingly didn't get a grand introduction, or perhaps it just wasn't archived, but he did share his reasoning for coming to the area. Nasur starts his run on the show by immediately declaring war on the Zionists.
Dang, he's just
and not
going
only was he declaring
to
war,
the throat.
but he included his 10-year-old co-host as well. And though it's nothing too shocking, at least in comparison to what we've already seen, this would lay the groundwork for the darkest season of the show's run by far.
Yep, I can see it.
Episode 2, titled
up.
Sarah's Song, unfortunately doesn't have the best archived version available, but
man.
I was able to find a news report that features at least some of the video, with commentary over the top.
This video is airing on the Hamas-run television station, appearing while children are home on summer recess. The dialogue encourages parents to, quote, teach the children that their death will bring glory and victory. Critics argue that Hamas has left no doubt about what it seeks to teach Palestinian children.
Using the Star of David as a dartboard and telling parents to help them teach their kids that they should be willing to sacrifice their lives is pretty on brand for what you would expect from tomorrow's pioneers at this point. But that doesn't make it any less disturbing, as it seems that with each mention of martyrdom, the show's approach becomes more and more blunt.
So that means probably it's going to get like absolutely insane by the final episode.
As if it's conditioning kids to get used to this idea. And by this point, our theory about the show being created to lead kids to martyrdom seems to be all but confirmed, as you may have noticed that they had even began straight up referring to the children as soldiers. Following this, the show would continue to air each Friday, though many of these episodes would go unarchived. However, I was able to find a few clips, like this one, where we see Nasur surrounded by children on stage.
طب يا عمو ايش سووا لك اليهود؟
دخلوا حاجات.
يا حرام انت ايش بتقولي لهم بدك تضربيهم؟
Though this is nothing compared to a segment that was shown a week prior.
Yeah, well now it seems like it's getting a little more insane now since they're actually bringing like more kids and speaking to them personally.
Another unlabeled episode.
Really adds to the whole messaging, you know.
Before a child calls in to sing this song for the group.
طيب سحبت سكينة سحبت تنشدينا.
لما نستشهد
تفضلي.
تفضلي. يلا حيوها تزكفوا معها. يلا ويتنش دايما.
يلا.
يلا.
لا 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 لما نستشهد من روح الجنة لما نستشهد من روح الجنة لا تقول علينا صار من هالعيشة زين أكبر من غير فلسطين شو يعني طفولة من غير فلسطين شو يعني طفولة لو يعطونا الدنيا وما لا لا ما تنسينا لا 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 دودا فكرنا لا من غير فلسطين شو يعني طفولة.
In what feels like the most dystopian moment of the show yet, a group of children sit together and sing a song about martyrdom and how their lives are meaningless without
They just
Palestine.
get more and more explicit
And if this
as time
isn't a
goes
direct
on.
admission as to what the show was trying to do and proof that it was in fact working, then I don't know what is. But as dark as this moment may seem, it would all pale in comparison to what the show had planned next.
The most insane
Episode
moment
3,
of them all.
Nasur and the Children of Re Maisha. This is the big one. The sole reason that I even decided to make this video.
The big
as it was my initial
kahuna.
glimpse into how
The big kahuna.
how truly disturbed the show was. And of all the episodes
Here we
I've
go.
seen and the year I've spent researching this topic,
A year?
this is the darkest moment
Jeez.
in the show's history.
This is where they went all out.
Nasur and Sarah's darkest moment in the show's history.
And the final episode?
In this episode, Nasur and Sarah spend a day on set with a group of children, 2 of which belonging to a famous woman named Reem Raisha, who in their words was a hero. And what exactly did this famous hero do? Well, on January 14th, 2004, she entered an area known as the Erez Crossing, essentially a heavily guarded border crossing point between Israel and Gaza City. And when waiting for security to allow her to cross, she would then detonate an explosive strapped to her body, killing her and 4 Israelis instantly. And in a videotaped message taken before the attack, she would state, "I wanted to be the first woman to carry out a martyrdom operation, where parts of my body can fly all over.
Ew.
God has given me 2 children. I love them with a kind of love that only God knows, but my love to meet God is stronger." And now, those 2 children were sitting here on stage with Nasur and Sarah. But what was the purpose of this episode? What did they actually do with the kids? Well, for some reason, they decided it would be a good idea to show these young children a reenactment of the day their own mother had taken her life, with the video recreating her final moments, as well as the moment that she exploded.
Jeez, in graphic detail too? If so, then jeez. How much of this are you going to even be able to
The whole thing is just the craziest piece of media I have ever seen in my life, with the lyrics of the song played in the background being the icing on the cake, as it tells the story from the perspective of one of her children, asking their mother why they are carrying a bomb instead of them in their arms, and finishing it off by saying, "Only now I know what was more precious than us." But it gets even more disturbing following the explosion.
Wait a minute. Are they gonna
So
do
not only
it
were the children
here?
themselves shown a reenactment of their
Then
mother
they
dying
do-
right before their eyes,
They do it
but the same
themselves?
video shows an actor portraying the daughter and vowing to follow in her mother's footsteps.
And then do the same
It is
thing?
just so horrible, especially for this young
Yeesh.
girl, who now, regardless of her thoughts and feelings, likely feels that she has to follow in her mother's path and martyr herself. And the show continues briefly from here, as Sarah states,
أبناء الشهيدة المجاهدة البطلة التي صراحة يعني ضحت بكل ما عندها من أجل وطنها ولم تأبه يعني هم فلذات أكبادها حتى أنها ضحت في سبيل الله ضحت من أجلهم في سبيل الله ونحن نقول للمحتل بأننا سنظل على نهجها على نهج الشهيدة المجاهدة ريم رياشي حتى نحرر وطننا من أيديك الغاصبة.
Sarah exclaims how they, referencing the pioneers of tomorrow, will all follow in the footsteps of Reem Raisha. And with this, it's clear that the show is not only promoting martyrdom, but it's clearly promoting martyrdom by means of suicide bombing, seemingly confirming the long-standing theory surrounding the show.
Meet the next generation
That's
of
why we did
suicide
it.
bombers. She's just 4 years old and praising her mother as she goes out to blow herself up.
I just feel so awful for all the kids in this situation, and
Yeah.
truly everything about this
They kind of have
episode
to be
is as
exposed to all
deranged as it
these.
could ever get.
Yeah, it's like they kind of get exposed to all of this and get conditioned to do that stuff.
Even as dark as the show had gotten before, and as many notable moments as there were, it was this moment that I truly believe to be its lowest point, and perhaps maybe even the darkest moment of any kid show ever created. But the show wasn't quite finished yet, as from
There's still
here we
more?
would get episode 4 called Nasur and the Expulsion of the Jews, where the season would delve even deeper.
They go down further?
مدحوري الدحر
ويصير كل عيدنا دايما نروح على الكعبة زيارة يا سراء بصير العالم كلهم يجوا وين الزيارة على القبلة
طردهم من أدنى
ما هو إذا ما ردوش بالسلام ولا بالكلمة ولا بالحدوتة لازم بنشخ.
And of all the fiery language in Tomorrow's Pioneers history, this less than a minute long clip features some of its most appalling, as the hosts literally have an argument about whether or not all the Jews should be slaughtered, with Nasur being fully convinced that they should. And it accounts for 3 straight episodes in this season that are just completely vile, as the show by this point had gone completely mask off. But there was one quote made from a Palestinian journalist about this episode that, and okay, I know this is really messed up, but this is actually kind of funny. In response to the episode, a journalist in the area would state that the show often blended pragmatic advice with more problematic messages, but stressed that it wasn't always bad, by saying, generally, the program also transmits good messages to kids, like drinking milk or asking parents permission to do something. But we also find these very problematic messages, like the call to kill all Jews. So
those are like 2 completely different things.
Yeah, I guess it all evens out. The episode titled Nasur and the Language of the Enemy is considered by many sources to be the final episode of the show's run, and features just a rather lackluster clip of a child being interviewed about what he wants to be when he's older.
في المستقبل شو حابة تكوني إن شاء الله؟ مدرس لغة إنجليزية. لغة إنجليزية كتير حلو. طيب ليش بدك تصيري مدرسة لغة إنجليزية بالذات؟ عشان أعلم الأطفال لغة عدوهم. حلو كتير. ومجال كتير حلو، واحنا طبعا مش انه بس بدنا نقتصر على تعليم لغتنا احنا، لكن برضه بدنا نتعلم لغة عدونا عشان نعرف كيف نتعامل معهم.
زي انا اعرف لغة العدو الصهاينة. العبرة.
Or does he say something?
And that's about all we have of the episode. And if you think that's a rather underwhelming end to the show, I have to agree with you. In fact, I didn't even believe it myself. So I dug a bit deeper and discovered that not only was this not the actual final episode, but the end of the show itself is essentially a total mystery to this day.
We don't even know.
In my research, I was able to find multiple clips from seemingly forgotten episodes, like this one from December 5th, 2009. And another having come exactly a month later.
Oh, your microphone's so blown out. Why are your cameras so blown out?
But the last trace I could find of Tomorrow's Pioneers, and potentially its final episode ever, might actually be this clip showing the children singing about martyrdom, as I just realized after this entire video was made that this scene is actually dated a full year later than I had thought, and rather than being from April 2nd, 2009, it seems to instead be from April 2nd, 2010, a full half year after the show had supposedly ended, giving it by far the latest air date of any Tomorrow's Pioneers episode that I was able to find. Meaning that this may very well be the final moment of the show.
The question is,
and what a fitting end this would be.
Yeah, I can see a little more oomph to leave you out. But the real question is, why did the show end?
As at the end of the day, this was really what the show was striving for. Anger, hatred, martyrdom. And I truly think that they succeeded with this mission. And though there isn't really evidence that could ever prove this, I think that any child in the region watching this program every Friday morning would likely walk away at the very least believing that Israel is the enemy, and at most wanting to martyr themselves in retaliation against them. And that's just due to how impressionable kids are at that age, as their minds are still forming, and in many ways conforming to the world around them.
Their mind doesn't stop forming until 25.
And one report I read really hit home just how effective this propaganda was, as a journalist had interviewed children on the streets of Gaza and asked them to explain why they hated Israel so much, to which multiple would respond with something along the lines of, because they killed Farfour. But though this may be a fitting conclusion to at least drive home the theme of the show, I still have so many questions as to the conclusion of the show itself.
As to why?
Tomorrow's Pioneers was a spectacle, with every turn giving us more and more shocking moments. So many, in fact, that it inspired me to make this video, which is by far the longest of my life. Yet we're supposed to believe that it just disappeared? It just makes no sense for a show like this to leave quietly, especially...
Yeah, it's kind of strange. It's like, I'm wondering at this point if it's like the episodes, like, kind of, I don't know, like, they just lost track of, there's like no archives of the footage to this day, and maybe it's still even continuing today. I don't know. Who knows if it's still going on today.
Considering that Nasur, well, seemingly survived. I mean, every single host had been martyred by season's end, yet Nasur had somehow avoided this fate in what would have been not only the end of season 4, but the end of the entire show in general. It just doesn't seem on brand for the program at all. It makes me think that the end of the show was most likely unplanned. If I had to guess, I noticed that less than a month before this supposed final episode, the US would actually launch sanctions against the main bank in Gaza for the sole reason that they were funding Al-Aqsa TV, and specifically Tomorrow's Pioneers.
Ah, I see. So maybe they just ran out of money.
As they believed the show was, and I quote, intended to recruit children as future armed operatives and suicide bombers. And with these sanctions, it likely forced Hamas's hand at quietly shutting the program down, as at that point they really wouldn't have had a choice without funding. And I think this explains why there was no dramatic ending or exciting story about the end of the show, as it was likely never planned, and rather it would have just been quietly pulled from air at a time where the internet was still too new to archive everything, leading to a rather inconspicuous and definitely uncharacteristically quiet end to the darkest children's show ever made. Or at least that's what I thought.
Ah, so it was unknown seasons.
Following season 4 is a series of twists and turns that I could have never seen coming, as somehow the story gets even stranger from here. And it all starts with the bombing of Gaza in 2014. During this time, there was yet another bout of fighting between the two sides, leading to the destruction of Al-Aqsa TV's headquarters and a massive amount of casualties throughout Palestine, including the death of a man named Mohammed Alari. Mohammed was a 31-year-old actor before he was killed in what was described by his family as a random missile strike that had accidentally destroyed his home, and his story became a huge talking point among Palestinian rights groups, as the man was supposedly a kind, gentle soul who had been working on a local kids program as a character named Karkur the Mischievous Chick.
Oh, that looks so creepy. That's basically just Chica. Like, straight up a knockoff Chica.
Who his family referred to at the program as a character named Karkur the Mischievous Chicken,
from Pioneers
who his family
of Tomorrow?
referred to as the most famous television character in all of Gaza, and emphasizing how much the kids in the region had missed him. The story was so heartbreaking that it was then picked up by outside news outlets in the US, and soon enough, Mohammed Alari's story was spreading all across the world as the perfect picture of the unjust attack against Palestine, as this man was as innocent as you could get. However, there was one major problem. This wasn't the full story. Karkur was in fact a character on TV, but what was often left out of these reports was what show he was actually part of. A little-known program called Tomorrow's Pioneers. The viral story essentially led to the discovery that Tomorrow's Pioneers had somehow returned to air, with Karkur as its new host, and he was far from Gaza's most popular character, as his run on the show seemingly only lasted a few episodes, as I could only find one short clip and one photograph that even showed the character.
It's just, this whole show is just giving me nightmares.
لازم احنا نقدم ارواحنا فداء
للوطن
ونحتل ضربنا ونحرر فلسطين والقدس. انا بستفيد من صفاتها انه احنا لازم نسير على
Though it's a brief clip, this tells you all you need to know about the message Karkur was spreading. And either way, Muhammad did not play this role for long at all. In fact, at the time of his death, he had been playing a totally different character for nearly a year now. A character called Nahul the Bee. Though his costume was different, Tomorrow's Pioneers had not only come back...
That kind of just looks like a repurposed Farfour costume that they had from the first season.
But they had brought back Nahul as well, in which Muhammad would play up until his death in 2014. And though Muhammad was described as a kind, innocent man, his role as Nahul was, well, anything but.
اسمع يا صديقي اعمل ايدك هيك لما يجي عندكم اضربهم بوكس خلي وجهه بنداره
عشان نحرر فلسطين
انا بقول له يمسك حجر ولما يجي اليهود عنده يمسكوه
So far, a lot of incitement to violence, as I can see.
الحرامي واللي بيعمل مشاكل
وبتطخ اليهود صح؟ بدك تصيري زيه؟ إن شاء الله لما تكبري لما تطخ اليهود كلهم
Really a lot of propaganda going on here.
طيب
The messages taught throughout the show during his run were in many cases even worse than the stuff we've already covered.
Actually,
and if
ever
it was
seemed
more
like
properly
child's
archived,
play.
I could have easily made a
Not
whole other
intended.
section about this content. But this was the man that they were essentially portraying as this innocent TV host, basically like a Palestinian Mr. Rogers. And I can't believe I'm even saying this, but it somehow got even worse.
What?
Upon discovering his true role with Al-Aqsa TV and Tomorrow's Pioneers, it would also be discovered that this innocent man was actually a well-known terrorist in the Hamas organization. And the reason he was quote-unquote randomly caught in a missile strike was because that very strike was made specifically for him, as he was considered a high-profile terrorist. So not only was this whole campaign basically being centered around a literal terrorist, but also they literally had a wanted terrorist working as the host on a kids show, somehow making all of Tomorrow's Pioneers even more dubious. And as wild as this part of the story is, the most noteworthy detail to come of all of it was the fact that Tomorrow's Pioneers was still very much alive. Of the seasons that I could find, it appears that Karkur had hosted the show.
So my question now is like, how far did it continue? Like, what's the most recent clip we have of this?
Sometime in 2013, and was then followed by Nahul the Bee, and then what appears to be some kind of dog character, which their social media team seemingly called Farfour. I was even able to find what seems to be a season that is currently airing as we speak, with the new co-host being whatever this is, meaning that the show is still
what the fuck is that? That thing looks like Nightmare Fuel. And hey, and they finally got better cameras. Thank goodness. No, it doesn't look like it's filmed on like some 1970s Apple II.
Very much alive to this day. And the show is essentially identical to the prior seasons, with the exception of its host, as Sarah would not reprise her role and instead go on to take up a new career.
I guess because she
Interestingly,
grew too old.
Sarah was initially cast to the show when Uncle Hazim had discovered her singing at a talent show, and since her time on Tomorrow's Pioneers, she has since pursued that career further, along with even starting her own YouTube channel, where she uploads her songs and a variety of other content, including a call-in section that she had in a recent episode of the show. And it goes without saying, but please do not send hate her way, as she was literally just a kid during her time on the show, and this was basically what she was born into.
Yeah, pretty much.
And though the show during this run was the same style of shocking content, by this point, the outside world had seemingly become numb to it. They had already crossed the line so many times that at this point it wasn't even newsworthy anymore. And plus, with the rival Fatah programming still going on in the region, Tomorrow's Pioneers would seemingly be forgotten. With the majority of the show from the end of Season 4, and really just in general, being completely lost. Though even if most of the show is missing forever, its effects will never be erased, as this content opened the door for Al-Aqsa TV and the rival Fatah-run stations to unleash a slew of kid-centered content depicting some of the most atrocious propaganda imaginable, forever changing the landscape for the children living in the region. And as for the station that started it all, Al-Aqsa TV, well, in 2015 they were again ordered by the Palestinian government to go off the air, in order which they again refused. In 2018, while the station was live on air, bombs began dropping around them as a warning that their building would soon be destroyed.
وهذا يعني يعطينا الفرق ما بين تطورات في الميدان. يبدو أن هناك عدوان صهيوني جديد على قطاع غزة. لا أدري يعني أنتظر أن الإشارة من غرفة التحرير ومن الكنترول إذا كان يعني هناك أي تطورات أن يبلغونا.
And destroyed it was, as the station was decimated for a third time, this time leading Al-Aqsa TV to the brink of bankruptcy and coming just a few days away from shutting down for good. Yet somehow they found a way to stay on the air. Which leads us to 2019 and their most recent controversy, as the station was accused of using coded messages throughout their shows in order to send and receive messages to Hamas members in a way that was essentially untraceable, leading to their headquarters again being bombed in 2021 and relocated to a new building that will likely suffer the same fate some other day.
Do we know where it is?
Looking back on our journey through this disturbing show, I'm still left with questions as to the unexplained gaps in its run, and perhaps this video can help unearth some of the program's missing moments, or perhaps they'll stay lost for good. But if this is where the story of tomorrow's pioneers truly ends, then let it be remembered for what it was: a shocking, vile, somehow funny, yet utterly terrifying creation. The darkest show ever made for the most vulnerable group in our world, the children, the future, the pioneers of tomorrow. Before you go, I think it's important to stress that the ideology preached within this series is definitely not how all Palestinians think. In fact, I'd say most in the region condone the show, as well as the media's assault on their children.
هذه شغلات مش للأطفال. الأطفال المفروض يتعلموا ويعيشوا حياتهم.
أنا مني وعلي بمنع أطفالي يتفرجوا على دور كبير، وخاصة الشاشات الموجودة عنا. فأنا بلاحظ حتى لما الوضع يهدى شوي فبتلاحظي إنه عندنا مذيعين وعندنا محطات فضائية مشهورة بتبدأ بعملية تحريض، حتى لو كانت هاي التحريض غير مباشر فهو تحريض.
And that's why this video isn't some sort of political statement. I just genuinely found this show to be so interesting in the most disturbing way possible.
Yeah, it's just
and
like
if
at
anything,
the end of
this
this,
is just one piece to a very complicated
an
puzzle.
insane
and if you
rabbit
want more
hole.
information on this conflict, I definitely recommend doing your own research and not formulating your opinion on this video alone. I want to give a huge thank you to my patrons, Alexander.
It's just like, okay, so well, is there any more at the end of this? Not really. Anyway, that was quite an interesting video, really, because that was quite a, I am lost for words. That was quite a rabbit hole to go down. That was a really interesting video. Go down. I never even knew it existed, but dang. That was crazy. But anyway, it is time for the customary raid, as always. So let us find one to raid. We shall raid, and then I shall leave you off for the night. Alright, let us see who is going to take my viewers. That is not even related. Sure, we'll do this one. But you're muted. Seems a bit quiet in here, you know? if it's just me, but I don't hear anything. Let me just go tune into another. Let me just go turn into another stream just to make sure it's not me. Okay. There's something amiss. Let me go and try and close out some windows here. Just so I can get this to actually work. Let's see if it'll... really close to get this to work. There we go.
Stupid.
Now you can hear.
Dead. More useless than a rock.
There you go.
Shaved rat with 3 buttholes. What does that even mean?
Oh my god, just hurry up and read it or I'll find someone else that looks like a shaved rat with 3 buttholes.
Yo, that's fucked up. I think I'm mean, but I'm not that mean.
Any notifications? If not, then
But now you take a quick
we'll leave
glance
it
around and it's like AirPods are the
for
best.
the night.
This is a Tay video. Of course, Tay would link this to me. Are you projecting? Are you self-projecting right now? Is that what it is, Tay?
Going up to someone and showing off how you can blink when they can too.
Nothing.
That's when I realized.
All right. We are not really getting anything. So, anyway, thank you so much for tuning into tonight's stream. It felt good to be back, streaming again. I do look forward to getting into some more streams, releasing some more videos, and, just get back into the general swing of things. So, anyway, thank you so much for tuning into. So again, thank you so much for joining my stream. I hope you enjoyed. We watched some quite interesting videos. I did enjoy, so definitely look forward to next time, and maybe I'll bring someone along for the ride to join me. So besides that, if you're not already, make sure to follow on Twitch or wherever else you're watching, including YouTube, where the archive will go up in case you miss any part of this stream. Also make sure to follow me wherever else I may be, including on Twitter, Instagram, and the like, and make sure to join my Discord server. All of that is linked in the description below on YouTube or in my information or in the About tab on Twitch. Other than that, thanks so much for tuning in. I shall be streaming again Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. I don't know. I think it says 10 a.m. Eastern on the schedule. I might, but anyway, if it says 10 a.m., it's 11 a.m. Eastern time. So I'll be streaming Genshin Impact, and it will be the first stream that I do as part of my partnership, as part of the Genshin Impact streaming recruitment event. So there will be mini games which you will be able to play and get primo gems for that. So that will all be pretty good. Other than that, thank you so much for tuning into the video, and I'll see you then. This is Texan Sailor 32 signing out.